your opinion on
I would say this.
the contract's up.
Right. And thanks for the call, Jared. I appreciate it. Malik Willis is the quarterback you're talking about. And Malik Willis was a first round pick formerly with Tennessee and didn't get much of an opportunity there. And when he did, he looked bad. He looked too raw. And then they went through coaching changes and everything else. They gave up on him. And the Packers took a chance and they developed him. And he looks great. He looks great. Now, to be fair, King, that's Doug's guy. Malik Willis is one of Doug's guys. And he does look great. But we're not moving on from Jared Goff.
No.
This is moving on from Jared Goff. So Goff is here. But to his defense, he was saying as a backup.
Yes.
The problem is, I think Malik Willis has put the whole NFL on notice, and he's ready for a starting job.
He might be. That's the issue. So, first of all, Willis, he fell to the third round that year. Doug wanted him in the first round. That's why that was a whole big deal, whatever. But yeah, he's so the former third round pick, like you said. He might have played himself into a starting gig in this league, even if it's for like a gap quarterback. Maybe like a 2-year deal somewhere. I don't know if Arizona moves on from Kyler Murray or the Jets need somebody before they,
Jets need somebody.
You know what I mean? Before they get their next quarterback. So Malik Willis might be starting somewhere. As far as a backup, I'd love to have Malik Willis as a backup, but he's not going to be cheap. And like I said, he might be a starter somewhere else. The thing is, though, Jared Goff is your quarterback, and knock on wood, he plays every game. So you don't want to rely on your backup quarterback anyways. And so I know Malik Willis is more mobile than Jared Goff. Everyone's more mobile than Jared Goff. I think that people need to get over that. I know it's tough for people, but Jared Goff is who he is. Well, with protection, he's all pro. He's that good.
He is so great when he's got time to throw.
Yes.
And then he takes more chances too. And everything with the Lions offensively starts with that offensive line. And if it's not there, then it's tough sledding, man. But Goff has had a hell of a season this year with a bad offensive line. And there have been games where it's shown up where it's just been too much. And what happened on Christmas Day is an example of that. And he doesn't help himself out either if he's going to throw into coverage and get it picked off a couple times like it happened. The fumbles are, I'm not sure how many of those fumbles I blame Jared Goff for on a couple of bad snaps and then just getting sandwiched by defense. But Goff's not going anywhere. As much as people that don't like Goff, they really don't like Goff. And they don't like him because he can't move. And I understand that you're upset that he can't move. He had 51 passing yards, but yes, with the 48 yards in sack total, it's the net passing. I don't know why it goes to the passing. It was hit without throwing the football. So, nonetheless, I get the point, and it is kind of funny. That's how pathetic the output was from the Minnesota Vikings in the game on Christmas Day. Bill is on a cell phone. You're next up. You're 97.1. Hey, Bill.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right.
What I wanted to know was, wanted to think about was, is Tyler Lindenbaum even a possibility? I mean, I know he's a free agent. He might get franchised even by the Ravens. It would take a boatload of money to get him. Is there any way, I know the Lions have a lot of free agents. I mean, do you sacrifice a couple of guys that you kind of wish you didn't have to sacrifice? I don't know, maybe Meek Robertson or I don't know who else, but is that possible to get him? Because this all started with Ragnar retired, and if you can somehow get him, I think then in the draft, fill in the rest of the line. I can see this maybe turn around a little bit faster than some people might think.
Well, thanks for the call. I think you kind of answered your own question to start the whole thing. You don't know if he's going to be franchised or if he's going to sign, whatever's going to happen with him. And he's a center for the Ravens, for those that don't know, and he's awfully good. He's only missed a few games over his 4-year career. He's great. I can't imagine that Baltimore is going to let him go. They will sign him to an extension or franchise him or whatever it is that they're going to have to do. So, no, I don't think it's realistic to think that he's available. He might be, but I don't think it's realistic. Now, if there's a player like that out there in free agency, again, this goes back to my other number one priority going into the offseason, and that is Frank Ragnar. Do you want to play next year or not? And I'm not upset with whatever he's going to say, right? If he wants to play, awesome. Getting one of the best centers in football back, and he's after taking a year off to heal up. Okay, great. But if he doesn't want to play, if he's like, yeah, you know what? I tried to make that comeback, end up messing up my hamstring. I just don't want to go through it. Okay, fair enough. Then he stays retired, and then you have to start looking at other options. If they can find another option, then yeah, of course. I mean, that's we've been talking about all day today. The priority is to fix the offensive line for the Detroit Lions. 97-1.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, and my new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Listen to and follow Unpaused, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to your guided break, sponsored by Jobber. Breathe in. Breathe out. The phone is quiet. Your crew's out fixing, mowing, wiring, installing. Payments are rolling in. That's peace of mind with Jobber. Start your free trial at jobber.com.
Too fast, Trevor, too fast!
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing and all.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Go team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank's conspiracy theories. They're listening to us right now. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
They're here. Home sweet home. You're spending more time there, and you may even work from home. You check smoke detectors, furnace filters, and for carbon monoxide. But have you checked your radon levels? Radon is the leading cause of lung cancer behind smoking. Radon is an odorless radioactive gas present in all homes, and no family should be at risk when you can reduce your radon exposure. Test now, test regularly. Learn where to get a test kit at michigan.gov/radon. Stop.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. You have a great day as well.
Administered by Eagle and MAB.
Could your high school senior or recent grad use free money for college or career training? Fund their path with the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Odds are they'll qualify for tuition-free community college, up to $27,500 at a university, or up to $4,000 for a career training program. Just fill out the FAFSA to apply. Get started at ni.gov/achievement. Brought to you by the Michigan Association of Broadcasters and My Student Aid.
My wife knows I'm a basketball fanatic, so for my birthday, she got me courtside seats. Courtside! I'm in heaven. I look up at the Jumbotron just in time to see a 7'1" center dive for the ball and take me out. My body's okay, but my teeth? Not so much. Luckily, Brightside Dental has same-day emergency service. I got in and was taken care of right away. And basketball? Yeah, I'm good watching couch side from now on.
Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Call 1-800-PAINLESS or visit Brightside.
What's that, you?
Okay.
Attention service desk. 0 0.
Sounds
Oh.
You do. I looked right over here and saw. I was like, wait, yeah, I gotta ask. Because I be forgetting. Because when they bring it to the radar, right. All right. Have a good one. I don't see you. Happy holidays. Ready? Happy New Year.
waiting for its time to see. So I'm Daysr rated live in the driving center. XYT FM and WXYT Detroit. Station and lines. This is 97.1. NBC head coach Kyle Whittingham was introduced to the media yesterday, and veteran coach Hart showed what expectations come from there in that broadcast. Well, Michigan is playoffs. That's our expectation. That's Big championship. Obviously, playoffs. That's everyone. Especially Orlando at St. Joined his team for their New Year's Eve Citrus Bowl game against Texas this week. He said he will primarily be hanging out in the background observing for that game. It may sound like he won't be very involved in decision making against the home. The new coach also said his primary focus right now is making Michigan's roster at the He submitted on his staffing plan and said he expects 7 to 8 new coaches to join him in Ann Arbor while he plans to retain 2 or 3 assistants already on staff at Michigan. Michigan, their basketball team tips off tonight for the first time in over a week at McNeese at 7 o'clock. Michigan State has Cornell at 7 o'clock as well. That game in East Lansing. Over the Lions' final 18 game got announced today. It will be a Sunday kickoff at 4:25 in Chicago. From the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, Kosh and Anderson on 97.1.
Careful out there driving the roads. Get stone walls rearing up every once in a while. They have lining up there. Careful. Better. But there's also snow on the ground. Colder out. Yeah. I saw the quick press tweeted out that the Upper Peninsula sees up to 10 feet of snow. Always amazing. The lake effect there. Unless, be careful. Where's the man? 240-539-9797 is the telephone number that those texts coming in. Champ, right wing 3-0 against the Leafs in the state. Running too much man coverage while missing at the backs is crazy. Champ, both sides, he's been playing phenomenal defense, and he's been a top 3 defenseman in the league this year. Chump, Jameer Gibbs for screwing over my fantasy team. That should have won it all. Yeah, well, for Jameer Gibbs, he probably would have been in the running in the first place, my friend. That being said, with the Red Wings, the win last night in overtime. Simon Edmondson with the winner. What a sequence it turned out. Austin Matthews went off with the crossbar in overtime. Turn around, get right down the ice. Looks like the goaltender going to come out, clear the puck, and spring Matthews for what might be a breakaway. Kind of mishandles it. Edmondson sprints up, gets it, skates it.
The guy to pull it off, you should kick the field goal. You know, this isn't the same offensive line that was the years past.
No, it's not. There's so many different.
So you don't have to trade in. You don't have like all these pieces that you're converting these fourth downs with last year and the year before. You don't have this year, so maybe, just maybe, sometimes you got to kick it.
Yeah, because you're working with different information.
Yes.
So as the information changes, I think the thought process has to change and evolve as well, and I'm hopeful that can happen sooner than later, because I do think it had cost them a game. At least one game, I think it cost them this year. I think it might be a little unfair to, pick and choose the Steelers game, because they passed on the field goal early, and as things worked out, all they needed was a field goal to win, or to tie, I guess at the time would have been, but it had to kick the field goal, would have been a field goal to win. But that's, couldn't be revisionist thinking too, because them not kicking the field goal happened early in the game at their second possession. And who knows how different things are going to be, how different teams operate from that point on. 248-539-9797. Say number to text if you'd like to do that. Logan is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Logan.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Cam.
Hey.
Just wanted to, so many points I wanted to touch on after listening for a bit, but I'll start with pretty much, I think, Gator, you brought up like kind of how you view games, with like your own current fandom now. And I think like I've gotten to the point now, after watching, the past 2 or 3 seasons, and actually for the first time in my, relatively young life, seeing the Lions actually have a group of talent capable of winning the Super Bowl, and then everybody likes to say have a Super Bowl window. I watch every single game with the thought of, if this team actually can. And I know everybody was riding super high last season when they were 15-2, and rightly so. I mean, they gritted out a lot of wins, but I was going into that Commanders game with as much doubt as I feel like some people had this season, just due to the personnel that we actually had on defense. So I watch every single game with just, I guess, that thought of, what personnel do we have on the field that's actually capable of winning the Super Bowl? So, I mean, for this season, I mean, like you said, as soon as we lost Kirby Joseph, I didn't necessarily check out. Like, I'm an NFL football fan. I watch football all day long, every day, right? So that's kind of why I will always watch the Lions every single time that they are on, and I will enjoy watching them. Obviously, not as much when they get punked like they did versus the Vikings, but, that's just the way that I view it. So for the past couple of seasons, it has really hurt, because there's been moments where you're like, darn, like if we just didn't lose Hutchinson, or if we just, kept one of our cornerbacks win the NFC Championship game, or just a couple of things here and there, we definitely would have had obviously better chances of succeeding. So for this season, I mean, after we lost Kirby and then ended up losing Branch, I just, all that hope of actually having a Super Bowl this season kind of left me, because you need to have guys, you need to have personnel being able to defend.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. And particularly in the back end, you lose 2 guys that are Pro Bowl players like that. That's tough. It's really tough, because it's so exciting when you have them. I mean, to know that they had those guys that can make up for not having, for having to play backups at the cornerback position. You can make up for that if you got great safeties. And for years, I wanted the Lions to have that guy, because I always thought that the greatest defenses in the NFL, that we had seen over the last 30 years, I thought that they had a great safety. That Sean Taylor type guy, that Ed Reed type guy. Or so Ed Reed, I guess. But and I thought that they had that with Brian Branch. Kirby Joseph is a different type of player. He's the guy that's going to, make the interception, great coverage. But Brian Branch is all over the place. I love Brian Branch. And this injury that he suffered, God, that sucks. It really sucks. He's going to be out for a while. And I think the Lions have to go into the draft and they have to look at it and see, how do we evaluate some of these safeties? The safety for Ohio State is outstanding. Likely to be one of the top 10 picks. But is that a guy that you move up to take? It's not a lineman. But, it'd be tough to pass on if a guy like that is available. But that's just an early take on the draft. I still think they need to address the offensive line. And by the time you get to the draft, you'll know what they've done in free agency. You'll know what kind of decision is made with Frank Ragnow. And it could help set some other wheels in motion. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. You want to offer up your champ and chump votes? Feel free. We got 45 minutes left to do that. And we'll continue with your calls and texts next year on 97.1.
The Detroit Pistons play the Los Angeles Lakers. Pre-game tomorrow night at 10:05 on 97.1. The Ticket.
Some more feedback coming in. Champ, Drake May. That young man is solid. Chump, Brad Holmes. It's been my chump since the trade deadline. We have the worst coach and team in tough division. Future looks bleak. All right, let's look at the coaches in the division. You think Dan Campbell's the worst coach in the division? This division's got some pretty good coaches. I get your point there. But I don't think if I rank them, I don't think I'd have Dan Campbell at the bottom. Future looks bleak? No, I don't think the future looks bleak. Hey, do you think the future looks bleak for this team?
I wouldn't say bleak. I think as long as you have a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the league, you got a shot. And I don't care what anyone says, Jared Goff is the top 10 quarterback in this league. Look at his numbers. Yeah. Look what he can do, what he's protected. I get it. You got to protect him, but he's obviously shown he can win playoff games as well. I will say this, though. There is a concern the window has closed a little bit. Not all the way or anything. And this is what I mean by that, Gator. You brought up the Kirby Joseph injury. Mm-hmm. Who knows what's going to happen with him?
Yeah.
They just signed him.
I know. That's what they signed up.
Lee McNeil. Did they just give him a big contract extension?
Yeah, they did.
And did he come back and do much this year?
Really.
That's where you get in trouble when you start handing out the big money and they don't come through for you. And then you're going to have a lot of dead money. So how can Brad Holmes retool? I'm not saying those careers over for those two guys, by the way. I'm just saying this right now, it doesn't look the best and you don't know what's going to happen. But they still got to pay other guys, Brian Branch, Laporta, Gibbs. Those are big names they have to pay.
window is still wide open because you still have great players on this team. You still have a roster just littered with great players, not good players, but great players. But there are question marks about some of those great players, as you mentioned. There's question marks about Kirby Joseph dealing with a chronic injury. Lee McNeil took a step back this year. Now, is that just injury, getting used to it, and then he'll be fine next year? Well, it remains to be seen. They have to ask themselves, how much are they willing to pay Sam Laporte? You know, you still have a couple of years left for Jahmyr Gibbs. Do you even worry about Jahmyr Gibbs long term because he's a running back, and running backs are disposable in the NFL. He's a weapon for sure. And right now, running backs, you don't pay them that much, so you can still hang on to them, and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. But Brian Branch's injury is a major concern. Coming back from, he's got the Achilles, correct? So that's tough to come back from, and not likely to come back anytime soon. So they've got some big things they have to do. They rebuild the offensive line. They got to find out if these guys that have been hurt are, when are they going to be able to contribute, and how are they going to be able to contribute? Dave is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I certainly disagree with both those points. The numbers you're looking at, the NFL stupid metric, 4-factor metric from 1973 that they still use as a traditional NFL passing. When you take other much more refined metrics, ESPN quarterback adjusted rating, other ones out there that take a lot more relevant factors into play. Jared Goff is like night and day.
Thanks, Dave. Brandon, you're next up here at 97.1. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I was going to hop in on Barney's topic. We had, I was to start from the beginning. We had two coordinators that we lost. That was huge to make that job.
Yes.
My next point is the offensive line is not the same offensive line that we had previous years. That was a huge problem this year. And nobody expected Frank Ragnow to retire right before the season started. Even though we try to get him middle of the season to come back, maybe that might be something that we can revisit during the off season. But man, that was huge not having that Pro Bowl center there. And look what happened in the last previous game.
Right now, to be fair, it didn't happen right before the season. It happened, I think, a few weeks after the draft that he announced his retirement. But nonetheless, it was after the draft.
Still be losing the Pro Bowl.
No, without question, I think that's huge. I think that was the number one thing that happened to this team is that they had to find a replacement for Frank Ragnow, and Greg Glasgow is adequate, but he's nowhere near as good as Frank Ragnow. And you take Greg Glasgow away from being a guard, which is his better position, now you're weakening the other spot.
And not only that, we lost on this rookie draft, this rookie class as well. It was not good. As we always talk about let Brad cook. This draft class wasn't as good. I mean, the previous years as well. I think we're gonna bounce back. It's just, this is a setback year. We still, like you said, we still got great players. Hey, we got $1 billion payroll of players, so they gonna have to figure it out. I mean, I don't think the window closed. I mean, look at the NFL. It did a total flip flop. You got the Lions out the playoffs. You got Baltimore possibly out the playoffs. All the top teams from last year, except for like a few of them, it just reversed. You had some teams that was the worst team in the league, like New England Patriots. Now they on the top of the NFC. So every year is not guaranteed in NFL. I mean, injury, health, Laporta being hurt, that hurt us a lot too, man. And just, we go bounce back. We got to have a good draft, a good off season, and whatever. I'll be honest with you. If Campbell got to be making play calls, we need to get a new offensive coordinator.
Well, I think that's thanks for the call. I think that's definitely on the horizon. I think that's probably. Everyone wants to be the play caller. He wants to implement his offense, but have somebody else making the calls. It didn't work out with John Morton. I don't know if they pulled the plug on that too soon, or if he's just the wrong guy and identify that, okay, this isn't where his strength is, whatever, let's find something else. But yeah, that's something that has to be figured out, and they have to find out if the defensive coordinator is somebody they want to continue to work with. as the DC, or are they going to, look outside the organization and find somebody else? And that's the big thing. It's looking outside the organization and not promoting from within, but giving somebody who's got experience an opportunity. And Lord knows there are plenty of those guys around the league, but can you find the right fit, the right guy, embodies everything else that you want in an assistant coach? That remains to be seen. Al's in Southfield, you're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Al.
Hi, Scott and King. I'd like to give my champ and chump of the weekend. My champ of the weekend is Kyle Whittingham for being named as the head coach of Michigan football. I feel he's the right guy that can be able to navigate Michigan away from this cloud of negativity and put them in a position to compete for the national championship. And my chump of the weekend is Ryan Kennedy. I felt he went off script and with his teeth and the sister as it relates to these threats, and continues to use his full name, and I thought he was just piling on. Just stick to the script, and he'll be fine.
I'm just like ranking the Lions fan.
The Lions fan. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're giving him the chump.
Yeah, I'm giving him the chump.
Okay, fair enough. Write it down. Take that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We haven't really gotten into the whole Kyle Whittingham hire just yet. Maybe we'll take some calls on that, some texts on that as well, and continue to take your calls and texts on the Lions and where they're at, and just where you're at as a fan right now. Are you happy that what happened on Thursday happened? Did he put out of your misery, so to speak, and moving on, or is it disappointing? Were you hoping that we'd win that game and then you could still have hope for this week? Packers ended up losing to the Ravens, and Baltimore looked awfully good in that game with their backup quarterback. Packers had their backup quarterback in there, but their backup quarterback might be better than their starting quarterback. But the Lions would have had a chance going into the last week of the season. Could have been interesting, and unfortunately, it's not there. It's not there because what they did was lose in the most disturbing way. It's the worst loss, in my opinion, in the Dan Campbell era because of the circumstances and situation of that game and what it meant. To me, it was the worst. We'll discuss next year, 97.1.
The Red Wings on a 2-on-1 break. The Detroit Red Wings host the Winnipeg Jets. Pregame Wednesday at 6:15 on 97.1. The Ticket.
Quietly happened this season, Kane. Al-Qaedi Muhammad has double-digit sacks on the season. He's got 11. He had 2 more in the game on Christmas Day. And that goes with, was Hutch have 13? So he's got a career high with 13, but Al-Qaedi Muhammad has 11. I think it's gone completely out of the radar. Does that mean the Lions don't have to search for that other edge rusher? No, I don't think it means that. I think you can't have enough edge rushers. What I think it does mean is that that's a heck of a turnout for a guy who's the second fiddle.
No, it's nice, man. It just lets you know he might be just a specialist, which is okay. 3rd and long, obvious passing down situations, get him out there. He obviously can get to the quarterback. They're still going to need another edge, a guy that can set the edge, stop the run. I know the prototypical type of size they want, someone kind of just like Hutch. Marcus Davenport, he's a bigger defensive end. Obviously, you need him to stay healthy. I'm not saying bring back Davenport, but they like that size and that build. But Muhammad, yeah, definitely. You can't be mad at that. I mean, that's unexpected, and you'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about can you find another guy opposite of Hutch? I mean, Hutch has been, fortunately, not going to win, been healthy the whole season, and so is Al-Qaedi Muhammad. And, both of those guys in double-digit sack territory. I think that's pretty impressive. I don't think I expected Al-Qaedi Muhammad to be the guy to step up and be, I thought 7, 8, sure, it sounds doable, but 11. He's gotten them in bunches. They've come in, there's certain games where he's really stepped up, and the Lions defense took advantage of Max Brosmer and got after him for 7 sacks as a defense. Fortunately, the offense couldn't stop the Vikings defense from getting after Jared Goff, Jared Goff didn't help himself out either. And the offense just couldn't get on track, and thus the season's over with. And I'm bummed because I was looking forward to having something more at stake going into the last week of the season. Now, would it be realistic to think that the Vikings could beat the Packers if the Lions had beaten the Vikings? Probably not. But it would have been fun to try. It would have been like several years ago when the Lions were going into Green Bay, the last game of the season, with an 8-8 record. And then just before game time, they find out that they're knocked out of the playoffs because Seattle beat the Rams. But the Lions didn't care. They still went out there and they fought and they beat the Packers and they sent Aaron Rodgers utterly packing after that game. And there was a certain satisfaction with that. There's not going to be much satisfaction this weekend. You know, I don't know what satisfaction there could be. There's little things, I guess. Can you stop Caleb Williams from throwing for 270 yards? Because if he does get 270, that gives him 4,000 for the year, which would be the first time ever a Bears quarterback will have thrown for 4,000 yards. You don't want to be the team that he does it against. Plus, you got the motivation that it's Ben Johnson, the former coach here, or former offensive coordinator. I'm not ready for the Bears to be this good, and it looks like the Bears are poised to be this good. And for a while, because they have the young quarterback, and because they have a roster around them. Now, the Bears are going to have the same problems every other team is going to have in the offseason, and that is defining which players they need to hang on to, which players they can let go of, and how do you continue to build that roster. But this division is tough. It's real tough. And the Lions just didn't have enough horses to get it done this year. And that sucks. Tim is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Tim. Put Tim back on hold, see if we can figure out where he's at. John is in Redford. John, you're next up, 97.1. Hello, John. Phones. Put him on hold. Let me try one more. Try Ryan. Ryan, you there?
I'm there.
All right. I got Ryan. There you are. Yes. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, and I'm a fan from California. I'm one of the biggest Lions fans out there, and it's been a real rough year, man. Let me say feel it. But one thing I'm curious about is why we struggled so much in the third quarter. It's kind of interesting when you look at the data. We only scored about 4 points in the third quarter. We scored about 9 in the second quarter, and again over 9 in the fourth quarter. And it's a lot of the time are jumping out in the third quarter. Why is that we struggle so much there, right? And what's going on with Campbell as offensive coordinator and head coach? Maybe scheming it up. I don't know. I'm just curious about you guys.
No, I think it's thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Ryan. I think it's a fair question to ask what happens to the Lions in the third quarter. Why has the third quarter been an issue for them? Because it has been. Fair. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I think if they can identify it, great. They can get to fixing it. But
please press 1 to start a call. Please press 1 to start. Please wait while we connect you.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here with your Instacart order from Safeway.
You're at the gate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the box that is the door that, like, on the side of the gate there? There's the door. You open it up and you can call the house. Okay, so you're going to look for house number.
You said,
are you here? Are you there?
You said house number what?
4.
Okay.
And it'll ring in, and I'll be able to ring you in, open up the gate for you. You probably just have to follow the directions.
Are you Fred 108?
We are 148.
148.
Yeah.
The gate.
What? Okay. Okay.
The first.
All right. Now for you.
Play that we needed to be successful, and it really starts with the interior, both interior defensive line and the offensive line. This offense, number one, is predicated on Jared Goff being able to run play action. They weren't able to do any of that.
No.
So they were just not. I mean, they were not operating from a very, very top level. So they need to rebuild that, interior, both sides of the ball. Second, I mean, my humble opinion, I think our linebackers, we need a pretty big upgrade there too.
I love Jack Campbell, and Jack Campbell is like the old school, like, I'm going to get 130 tackles a year. But we need somebody who's a super athletic person to, make plays, i.e. like a Brian Branch, but obviously he plays safety. And then another thing I wanted to bring up, I really believe whoever wins this NFC North year over year will then take a step back the next year. And the reason I say that is it's the opposite of the Patriots or the teams that play in the weaker divisions, is that the division is so strong that once you start playing that first place schedule against other teams, you're not going to be able to sustain a level of playing at that high level without taking a step back. It's just way too hard because the NFL is built on kicking your butt and making you come back to ground. That's just the way the NFL is built. So I'm pretty optimistic still. Listen, I'm I've always loved it since I was 4 years old. So, and I'm in my 40s now. So I will always back this team. But if they do not get interior line help on both sides of the ball, it will be
Thanks for the call, Eddie. I mean, I think I'm surprised that the defensive interior wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be this year. DJ Reader, I didn't think was as good as this year. Ali McNeil, just yet. I'm not, deciding he can't. I'm just saying this past year, I think it's safe to say he was not the player he was before he got hurt. And he only played, roughly half a season's worth too. But Tyleik Williams, the rookie, did not make this immediate impact that you were hoping to see. But I think a lot of times the defensive tackles, it takes a year or two before you start to see that. I mean, Ali McNeil right away, I don't think was this great defensive tackle, but after a couple of years, Ali McNeil, he's a guy that's going to get a contract. So hopefully the improvement can come there and the development can come there. As far as, the Jack Campbell stuff is concerned, Jack Campbell's great. Now, are the Lions going to have to find themselves another linebacker to play next to him? Yeah. I don't think Alex Anzalone is necessarily going to be back here next year. So they'll have to take a look. And if they find that guy, if they see that guy is there, that super athletic linebacker that can make every play out there on the field, then they're going to have to consider that. I think Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, is outstanding. I think a couple of Ohio State guys. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, and Caleb Downs, the safety. I love both of those players. But neither of those players is an offensive tackle or an offensive guard or an offensive center. Draft is what it is. You never know what's going to land in the line. He finds the best player that he wants, and he goes and get them regardless of position. So you just don't know. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
Now, ticket text 248-539-9797.
My champ is Santa. My daughter got a ton of gifts. Jump, the entire Lions organization, Wasted Year, Scott and Carlton. Christmas Eve. Every year we take them to Dave & Buster's. We were unable to do that this year due to everybody being sick. Did not have the kids over. Did not go to the families. It was very, very rough year, George and Rochester. A lot of people are sharing that same story. Kang's whole household has been going through it. Their Christmas was derailed. Had to audible the audible, which sucks. I know a bunch of people have had to kind of change plans or cancel plans at the last minute because of illnesses. There's a bug going around. Everybody, wash your hands. Don't touch your face. Drink lots of fluids. Vitamin C. And again, wash your hands. 248-539-9797. Tim is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing? Long time listener, go way back. Real quick, I know you guys are taking out a call today, but I'm trying to touch on the coach in the NFC. I do think that Dan Campbell is the least of those coaches because I've always been an advocate that when he got here, he has improved, but at the same time, he still is not a sideline coach strategically or with top management. And going forward now, with not having the same offensive line, I think it's starting to get fans are starting to get tired of that. And Brad Holmes, I think on your station you say a lot of people worship him. I think a lot of people are getting tired of him. I think the last two, I think he's holding his hat on those two first drafts, but he has not done nothing to the draft, and he hasn't done anything lately at the trade deadline. I think people are getting tired of that. Fans are getting tired of that.
Trade deadline stuff's always interesting because you don't know. You don't know what's available. All you can judge things on really are if a player is moved, would you have made the same move or a similar move to try to acquire that same player? Because that's the only known commodity. I don't know how many offensive linemen were available at the trade deadline. Did I want them to get one? Absolutely. Absolutely. But only one lineman went. A very average offensive lineman that was dealt.
But even then, should the Lions have made that move? I understand. You talking about Trevor Penning, the Chargers? There's a 6th-round pick.
I hear you, and this is where I'm agreeing with that. But the thing is, you don't know what else was there and what else was being asked for. Like if they wanted something better than that, and they're asking for that player, and the team comes back and says, "Yeah, it's going to cost a 2nd-round pick." The Lions like, "Well, it's not worth it. It's worth a 4th-round pick. We're not going to do that." Which gets to my point. My biggest change, I'd like to see a change in philosophy from Brad Holmes, is I'd like to see Brad Holmes not being as aggressive on draft day and moving so much on draft day, assets like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks keep moving over or the move up and drafts them in the 3rd round, which is what we've seen a lot. You look at this team with Hendon Hooker, Isaac Tesla, Giovanni Manu, Robert Martin was another one they had to move around and get, and all the draft capital that was used to take those guys. I like to hang on to that draft cap because that's the stuff that you can use at the trade deadline and be aggressive. Because the trade deadline, all teams are looking for is draft picks. They're not looking for bad players. They're looking for draft picks. And you're dealing with known commodities at that point. I want that known commodity from that team, and it's going to cost me this 3rd-round pick. So that's the disagreement, I guess, that I have with Brad Holmes. I don't even know if it's a disagreement. It's just I look at what he has done, and I guess I would like to see things done differently in that regard. Less aggressiveness when it comes to moving up to guys that you're going to take in the 3rd and 4th round, and more aggressiveness when it comes to the trade deadline. But it is what it is, and unfortunately, this season has worked out the way that it has. And I thought that game against the Vikings on Christmas Day is the worst game I've seen in the Dan Campbell era, given what was at stake. They had to win, and they lost badly. Mike Valenti joins things, do you? Hi, Mike. Hello. How was your Christmas? Good. Now we're back in whiteout and things and a bomb cell. Fantastic. Yeah, it's a white squall. So it's like a Kate Beckinsale outside.
We're just gonna. I'm going to take Dan Campbell's line of, we're going to look at everything. I want to show you what everything looks like. I've come up with what everything is. Here are all the places you could look at evaluation. I want to leave it to people. Instead of playing the blame game, I'm going to offer you how far are you willing to go if everything is anything. Because I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, everyone's already gotten their grievances out about what went down on Christmas Day. So, I've got something a little more forward-looking. I want to know if people are ready to really look at it. So I've got 5 things. I'll just lay it out, and then I'll get yelled at in 6. That's very exciting.
I don't think you get yelled at.
Be exciting.
I think you do the yelling.
I've tried to not do as much of that. vocal cords as I age. I need to be careful. Understand? But we're going to do that, and we'll just see where it goes. And obviously, can we say that? We'll do that on Monday. And if there's any kind of gap in the Lions' action, I can offer my Kyle Whitting.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, my quick 2 cents, that was a great hire for him. I think he's a hell of a coach. I just don't know if it's a long-term thing. And some of what's been said, we're going to get more into it tomorrow, but it's kind of interesting. The way things are shaking out and really throwing Sharon Moore under the bus. What's happening there? And not that he shouldn't be, but I hope people aren't rewriting history.
Michigan. Sorry. Get one last one in. All right. We'll talk to you next.
Yeah, you've got time with that, and look forward to hearing those takes as we move on. Look, as far as the Lions are concerned, one last game. It's against the Bears. We find out it's going to be a 4:25 kick next week. I can't wait for this weekend. We got the college games and the college football playoff. That's going to be a ton of fun. But then you've got all these do-or-die games in the NFL. Teams trying to make the playoffs, teams trying to win their division, teams trying to get the number 1 seed. That's what the last week in the league is all about, and we're all about it to enjoy that. Unfortunately, the Lions are not going to be taking part in that, and that does, in fact, and truly suck. Look forward to Mike Valletti next with the Mike Valletti Show and Rico here on 97.1.
WXYT FM and WSYT HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The first NBA All-Star voting returns has been released. Kate Cunningham comes in 4th behind Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, and Giannis. Luka Doncic and Jokic are number 1 and 2 in the West as well. Pistons, great. The Pistons are, it's almost here. The Pistons are back on the floor tomorrow as well. Michigan State basketball checks into play 11-1 before their 7 p.m. home tilt against Cornell tonight. Michigan will also host McNeese at 7. Tournament team from last season. They ranked 46th in the net. Tom Izzo spoke a few days back about former NBA track pick James Nanji enrolling at Baylor and receiving 4 years of eligibility. Yeah, Bears coach Scott Drew said he's had a good chat with Izzo.
From my knowledge, until we get to collective bargaining, I don't think we can come up with rules that are agreeable and enforceable. And until that, I think all of us are got to be ready to adjust and adapt to what's out there. Early on, when it first came out with G League players, I wasn't in favor of that either. But again, we don't make the rules, and as we find out about them. Couldn't be happier with my new team.
Notre Dame football coach Marcus Freeman is sticking around. He's in the top tier of college salaries now after his deal was restructured. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 Stick or Odyssey. Jamie's Daniels in studio. The Valenti Show with Waco on 97.1.
Let's get to business on a Monday. First of all, 2 hands on the wheel, please. Holy mercies, a disaster out. We're going to talk Lions, and I'm going to try to do it in a little bit different of a way, which is I think everyone's aired their grievances. You are certainly welcome to air them now, but I want to take something Dan Campbell said. I'm not going to use it against him. I'm going to use it against you. And what that means is the following. When Dan Campbell says, everything's on the table, we're going to look at everything. He and Brad have a lot of difficult conversations. Cool. I want to know if you're ready for what that means. Now, it's going to serve as a litmus test for this franchise and whether the Super Bowl is actually the goal. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. I've argued for multiple years, along with Rico, they haven't done the things necessary to try to win a Super Bowl because they got arrogant and they fell in love with their own players. They didn't attack free agency and they didn't attack the trade deadline, and they got very arrogant with their draft picks, and here we are. But when they say they're going to look at everything, let me show you what everything really looks like. And I do think it starts at the top. So why don't we just do this? If everything's in question, Jared Goff should be a part of it. Now, before you freak out and start watching a Cure ad on loop, let me just work with me. Hear me before you react. The last 2 seasons have ended with Jared Goff looking like Sam Darnold. Have I defended Goff? Yes. Do I still, right here today at 2:02 in the afternoon, do I believe you can win a Super Bowl with him? Yes. But you have to ask yourself, are we able to give him what he needs? It's very clear what Goff needs. Must have an elite offensive line and an elite ground game and play action at about a 35% clip. If you can't provide that to him, then you can't be in business with him. Meaning, when all of you want to call in and say, we're going to restructure his deal, we're going to open $40 million of cap space, be careful, because that means you're in business for the next 3 to 4 years. And we have a drop that I would play for you. You sure about that? But before you do it, I can tell you Goff's good enough to win, but there are certain things. If you're going to marry Jared Goff, you got to do certain things. That leads me to number 2. Okay, we're going to look at everything. Cool. It's maybe 2 new coordinators. There is no question you need an offensive coordinator. Dan Campbell gave it his best effort. Not good enough. And when people cry about injuries or they cry about a couple people being hurt on the O-line, I'll tell them go turn on San Francisco and Chicago last night. I'll tell them turn on Charger games. There are plenty of teams with plenty of injuries up front, and they're humming. You know why? Elite play callers. Dan Campbell's not one of those. Appreciate his effort. Did the best he could in a tough spot. He knew he was in trouble with John Morton. He pushed the button. Not easy. But here's the other side, too. Got to have a conversation about Kelvin Shepherd. And this isn't an attack on Kelvin Shepherd. I think it was a yeoman's effort. Did the best he could. But you know who doesn't have a contract next year? There's an elite defensive coordinator who's got head coaching experience who would bring a new voice, new eyes, new approach. And he happens to be in your division. And he happens to just have put you over a chair and put a baby inside of you. Brian Flores is available. You want big boy things? You got to do big boy stuff. Make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the league and hire him. And I'm sorry, Kelvin, you can keep the 313 decorative play sheet as a memento. You're not the DC anymore. Oh, we're going to look at everything. This is what everything looks like. Okay? This is what everything looks like. Here's the other side of it, too. Brad Holmes got to change who he is. Can't be who you were. If you want what you've never had, do what you've never done. Brad has to have a long look in the mirror. Getting cute with project players in the middle rounds, done. Being kind of pedestrian in free agency, done. Falling in love with your own players, also done. And that brings me to, we're going to look at everything. Here's what everything looks like. David Montgomery's never taken a snap here again. Not because I don't like Demo, but because he's the number 7 highest paid running back in football, and he's a clear back. Lee McNeil was garbage this year. I know the big fella was off an injury. Not my problem. They brought you back. We heard how ahead of schedule you were. Ali McNeil was garbage. I would trade him for pennies on the dollar. Why? Simple. $24 million in savings. Everything means everything. And I do think it means, look, that Jared Goff point I'm making to you, it's focused on the offensive line. Right now, if I had to bet money, I'd say Taylor Decker retires. I'd say Graham Glasgow retires. And you already have holes to fill up front. Don't sell me on mahogany is this sure thing. And Sewell will create another hole because he either stays at right tackle and you need a left tackle or vice versa. Are you sure you can rebuild that offensive? Because he either stays at right tackle and you need a left tackle or vice versa. Are you sure you can rebuild that offensive line and the defensive line? You sure you can rebuild those to be a Super Bowl team next year? I'm not. because that's what it means. Everything means everything. And it means you take a real look, not in the way you want it to be, but the way it is. The way it is this. This team's nowhere close to where they were 2 years ago. Nowhere. Not from a quality standpoint in coaching, not in a talent standpoint on the field, not in a coordinator standpoint, none of it. The super weapon of the last 2 years is dead. It is not coming back. Your O-line, at best, could be good. It's nowhere near great. So if you can't rebuild that O-line, what do you think Jared Goff's going to give you? And let's be clear about something. I'll say it again for the people in the back. I don't have a problem with Jared Goff, other than this idiocy talking about fans. But I don't have a problem. You can win with him. But I know the 10 turnovers to finish the last 2 years. And I understand the Rams added a first-round pick so you would take him. That's how bad they wanted him gone. It was a 1 and a 3 for Stafford. They said, if you take this dead body, we'll give you another first-round pick. Guys, if you can't give him what he needs, then he can't be your quarterback the next 4 years. And my concern is very high to panic. Your O-line is not going to be anywhere near good enough to ever unlock the Goff you had 2 years ago. So, you know what else I'll tell you? Here, let me show you what everything means. Everything means looking at that first-round pick when you're sitting at 13, 14, 15, 16, and maybe you take a page out of the Packers book. Maybe you draft a quarterback and you put him on ice. Now, you don't get rid of Jared Goff right now. No way. But I also don't know that I restructure and get stuck with him for 4 more years. That if Brad Holmes is this evil genius or villain or whatever dress up he's playing this year, okay, this is one of the deepest quarterback drafts you're going to have. Do you dare take a page out of the Packer playbook when they drafted Rodgers behind Favre and Love behind Rodgers? Everything means everything. That if winning the Super Bowl is the goal, everything must be in play. There are no sacred cows. So as I zoom back out from the disaster that was Christmas, and I don't think I need to talk about that particular game because it's been talked to death. I think if you listen to the show, you know some of the things I was going to say anyways. They need an attitudinal reset. I think they need a reset in how they do business. They got to ditch the arrogance and the Hollywood crap. And they have to now start the process of probably a gap year in 2026. Do you realize it may be totally out of your control that no matter what you do, you might be the 4th best team in this division next year? Everything means everything. So can you do all of these things to become a Super Bowl team again? Can you hire an elite OC and DC? Can you rebuild both lines of scrimmage to where at least the O-line is elite? Can you rebuild the secondary again? Because Reed stinks, Arnold can't be counted on, and Rakes draws a myth. And by the way, I don't know if Kirby Joseph plays football again, and if so, how effective. And we know Brian Branch blew his Achilles, which means he's missing a portion or maybe all of next year. And what will he return as? Now, if you can accomplish all of that, then you get to run around the grocery store chanting Jared Goff and talking about how we're a Super Bowl team. But I don't think we are. We're not anymore. How many weeks and months have I sat here and said, guys, you're not who you were. Stop acting like it. So now it's time for the people that run the organization, not some dopey radio host, to have the same approach. And if you truly are going to make changes, everything has to be on the board. I'm not pounding the desk for all. I'm not pounding the desk for one. I am simply pointing to when you make these comments at a podium and you say the words, you can talk it, but walking it is entirely different. To walk the path, you then have to have legitimate, difficult, painful conversations, uncomfortable conversations about what you're willing to do to get back what you lost. And if you're not willing to do those things, then let me just tell you what the plan is. The plan will be to reach in your pocket, take your money, and feed you good under the hope that it'll someday be great. And I don't, that's just not what I'd be interested in if I'm you. If the franchise wants what it's never had, this is the absolute fork in the road off season for this regime. So I'll throw the number out. Let's get into it. 248-539-9797. I'll take any and all of your calls. And again, if you want to bitch about the game, I'm here for it too. I just thought we could do a little better than that today. 97.
Soldier Field, Lions game day Sunday, with Costa and Rico, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Clinton Township. 97.1, The Ticket.
The old ball coach is going to say, we're going to look at everything. Don't BS yourself, much less us. Go look at everything. Because I don't know that you're going to be anywhere close next year. Corbin, go ahead, buddy.
I just think it's very interesting because I have been saying for a very long time that there is an arrogance within this team, and obviously it has shown itself preferably this season. And I just feel like that's the first thing they kind of have to just get over yourself in that way.
Yes.
Enough of the whole, we love our own people. Eventually, to make the killer instincts, you got to make the killer moves. You got to be serious.
Yeah, no, and listen, did this year feel different? It's why, even though to my own peril, I pointed it out 2 months ago. And we highlighted Dan Campbell's words, Jared Goff's words. The way that this team wasn't the tougher team. They didn't play harder than their opponents. Grit was nothing more than a cheap marketing slogan for this team. They got Hollywood. And that's where I think the injuries is the most dishonest thing in the world. If you want to say that the injuries kept you from winning a Super Bowl, we can have that conversation. You can't say it had you finish last in the NFC North. And look, I don't want to do this Lions-Vikings redux, but injuries didn't make your quarterback go to the line of scrimmage and not kill basic plays that had no chances of working, acting like he was a rookie and didn't understand that 50-year-old Harrison Smith was going to kill him. Check to a slant, check to a screen, kill. Like, that's not injuries. That's brain function. That's play calling. That's your quarterback and head coach. That's not injuries.
Mike, I don't think your idea is entirely wrong or even mostly wrong. I just wonder that is this, I mean, we talk about it with basically every team in this town at this point, but what is the idea that the stubbornness, as Corbin said, of this front office, what is the idea that they could possibly, course correct a little bit and change their mindset? Because at this point, seeing what we've seen and the rhetoric they've used up to this point, what's the belief that that's actually a possible thing that they could do internally as an organization?
Here's how I'll put it, Kenny. I have to offer them the same grace that I offered the Tigers before the Tigers showed us who they were. What did we say? Hey, I got to let the Scooble thing play out. I got to let them have this offseason. If they go piecemeal, if they talk about prospects, if they don't sign them or trade them, then we'll talk about it, right? I have to do the same thing here. And it's much like the Red Wing thing. We talked about this. Look, if the Wings are in the position they're in now at the trade deadline and they don't do anything, we can talk about that then. Kenny, you're not wrong for saying it. And I don't have a big briefcase of evidence I can offer you. But as I sit here today on December 29th, I'm just setting this all up of this is what it takes. And if people disagree with certain points I've brought up, we can talk about that. But Kenny, I don't have a way to argue a hypothetical like you're saying. I don't.
I know that. And that's my point is, I think this is where me and you may differ a little bit, is that I think I've
Jared Goff is. I'm not going to slander Goff. I think you laid it out perfectly. He's a great quarterback. And just, it's easy for a fan to say that, if you have an elite offensive line, anybody can be a good quarterback. No, you got to make good decisions and make good throws, in which
Correct.
And that's what's the hardest thing to swallow, in my opinion, as I watch the Packers unravel. The Bears obviously lose a close one last night, but the fact that you potentially could be having that game would have been flexed for all the marbles from the NFC. Watch the Packers unravel. The Bears obviously lose a close one last night, but the fact that you potentially could be having that game would have been flexed for all the marbles from the NFC North. And if you guys had crapped the bed, and that's what they did. And I don't care, injuries aside, your job is to win. You're the back-to-back division titles, and you're finished fourth. Unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable. Danny, I'm with you completely. And again, for the Goff thing, I want you to just understand something. You got to look at it both ways. If the Goff you fell in love with was clearly built upon the best O-line in the league and maybe the best play caller, well, in the absence of both of those things, he's not the same guy. Then it's okay to have a conversation. That's all I brought up. I don't want you to forget the other things I said. I know the Goff thing will end up being this lightning rod thing, and I pray it's not clipped by John out in L.A. And John, I love you. Don't screw me on this. Like John does all our clips, and it's like, don't make this look like this was some ad hominem thing. It's not. I am fine with Jared Goff, but I'm offering you reality here. Because if you can't offer him an elite offensive scheme to operate in, well, his numbers are good this year. Yeah, against garbage. I mean, again, guys, when you look at it, you got beat by the Vikings twice. You should have got beat by the Giants. You got beat by the Steelers. You got beat by the Pack twice. You got beat by the Chiefs, not a playoff team. You got beat by the Eagles. You didn't score 20 points. Like, you got to own it and go, you know what? Yeah, we scored a lot of points. A lot of them are meaningless. Look at the Ram game. Last 14 points that I came were meaningless, but it makes you feel better, doesn't it? It's empty calories. It's a couple extra chips. But you weren't running a meaningful offense because in big spots, you couldn't do it. Yes, Kenny, you look like you're about to yell at me.
I think people get addicted to the counting stats, and I think that's a problem in this town. Is they see, we put up this amount of points, we put up this amount of yards, and right. I mean, do you remember? We can go back to the Stat Padford days of radio, and we talk about those. And by the way, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl, give him his flowers. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's meaningless calories, as you said, that these fans, I don't know what it is, but they get addicted to this stuff.
They do because it makes them feel better. But when I say you need an offensive coordinator, it has as much to do with returning Dan Campbell to being the CEO and leader of this team as it does schematically. By the way, Kenny, behind you, it looks like you're in the Wizard of Oz and you're about to blow away. There's like a cascade.
It took me like an extra 35 minutes to drive into work today.
Settle in. We'll be with you till 6. We'll get more of your phone calls next. 97.1.
5. The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
Rice to the people. We go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, how you doing, pal?
Hey, good, Mike. Hey, thanks for letting me on. And here's the reason why. Your topic today is the same topic I had with my friends and family 4 weeks ago. And guess what? When I called them to wish them Merry Christmas, nobody answered the phone.
Oh, boy.
So, Mike, we are absolutely at a crossroads. And this is my point. I'm in for Trade McNeil, 100%. Mike, we are absolutely at a crossroads. And this is my point. I'm in for Trade McNeil, 100%. But the one thing that he has to do first, before he does anything, Go get Lindenbaum. A free agent from Baltimore. Give this guy his $20 million.
There's your problem.
6 years, because you cannot do anything without a strong center.
All right, you're not wrong in principle, but here's your problem, Ron. You're paying your quarterback $69 million next year. You're paying Aiden what you're paying him. You're paying Penei Sewell. You're paying Amon-Ra, Kirby Joseph. You can't just go out and keep having the highest paid guy at every position. And look, Lindenbaum is going to be coveted. And you can't do it.
But, Mike, let me ask you.
Sure.
We know that Decker's going to retire.
That's my belief.
Okay? And if we get rid of McNeil, I don't care what you get for him. Just get him off the payroll. That gets me my money for him.
Yeah, you can. Ron, listen, the point I want to make is this. You're not wrong, but it comes with a cost. The cost is no permutation of what you do is going to make you a Super Bowl team next year, right?
Right.
So, do you at least understand the conversation that comes along with that, which is, are we sure we want to restructure the QB who in the last 2 seasons, the season has ended with him having half a dozen turnovers? That's the whole thing I'm trying to bring up here.
I already know where I want to send balls. I'm all set. Let's send him to Indianapolis.
They
got a good offensive line.
They wouldn't do it.
You don't think so?
No, Ron, this is okay. I want to explain this too. And I knew what I was doing, Ronnie, when I made this a part of it, because this is the only thing people are going to call about. They're not going to talk about the Brian Flores thing that I brought up. They're not going to talk. Fine. Understand, he's valuable to you. He's not valuable to you. And that's not a shot. But his value was established here under what is now.
What up, Hobby? What up? Oh, that's all I'm trying to do is get the money, bro. Get the money.
Pretense, a dead reality. Goff became grocery store chant Jared Goff with the best O-line and Ben Johnson. Both those things are gone. And while he had a nice year numbers-wise, it didn't impact winning. And in big spots, he crumbled. Because again, did not have the running game, did not have the O-line, doesn't have Ben Johnson. So you have to understand, no one is going to take that contract. That's why the Rams at that time had a Jared Goff who had brought them to the Super Bowl and had to attach a first-round pick to get you to take him. He is here. I don't want him gone. What I'm saying is maybe it's time to plan for a future that doesn't include him, whether it's 2027 or 28. That's all I've said. We're not getting rid of him. You're not bailing on him. It's so financially injurious, it doesn't even make sense. I'm just saying, if it's good for a team who's won multiple Super Bowls and who has owned this division for 30 years, they drafted Rodgers when they had Favre. They drafted Love when they had Rodgers. And you're picking high in the draft out of nowhere in a deep year. Dan Campbell said everything's on the table. I'm making a point. Everything should be good. I'm not going. I think that's emotional, and I don't want to. That's no. Look, the Kelvin Shepard thing is the other thing I brought up. I don't have anything against Kelvin Shepard. I don't think Kelvin Shepard was some terrible guy, but it's pretty clear Dan Campbell needs really good quarterbacks. All right. And to me, if Brian Flores doesn't have a contract for next year, that's the first phone call I make because I not only help myself, I hurt my rival.
You know,
I hired Brian Flores.
You know what's funny about that whole thing, though, is that at the beginning of the year, we were like, oh, we're mean, bad people for saying losing both coordinators is going to make us a sub-10 or a 10-win team. You're awful as a human being.
I said they were going to go 11-6, and oh, you're a hater. Okay. You know what's one thing, though? I'm going to go dig a hole in the back of the corporate complex here, and I want to bury the phrase, let Brad cook, and throw it right in that hole.
Are there still those people out there? Because I haven't seen many.
No, that's my point. It's gone. There's a headstone. Let Brad cook. R.I.P. It's dead. It died Christmas Day. Because now we've got everyone's attention. Now people will want to talk real. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. What's up, Albert?
What's going on, Mike? Hope you have a great Christmas with your family.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Same to you.
Thanks. I think the first thing that needs to be said is that this team doesn't need a culture reset, but I think it needs a culture retool in the sense that this team, the whole year, whether it was players or even just management, became entitled and arrogant. Mm-hmm. And I think that we're shifting away from what originally this culture was grit and blue collar, like Detroit likes to say, whatever. I think that needs to be changed. But in terms of personnel, I think Taylor Decker's retirement is inevitable. I think it's coming within either this off season or the next. And I don't want this team to make the same mistake that they did with Brad now and not have somebody at least have depth pieces behind him, because Brad has ultimately foregone depth on the O-line, and look what's happened. I think this team's first change that needs to be made is the offensive line, and then we can start shifting our focus to the defensive line, because Jared Goff needs protection, and it's no secret.
But let's look at what fixing that offensive line looks like. Now, again, if you believe I'm under a false pretense, that's fine. It is my belief Decker and Glasgow are retired. Meaning, I've got Sewell, ... Now, if you want to slot Ratledge in at right guard and say, okay, he's going to be really good, cool. But center, left guard, left tackle, all question marks. How do I fix that in one off season and I don't have $100 million in cap space? How do I do that?
To be honest with you, that's the tough part. And I think next year might have to become a mulligan. And I don't know if fans are going to be okay with that or be able to tolerate that. But if you can go find a guy like Joe Tooney that the Bears got for a 4th round or whatever they got him for, do it. Because ultimately that's what this team needs if they want to keep Goff. And I don't really know how many teams can afford Goff's $70 million next year.
You can. That's it. Goff is here. Like, Albert, There's just no... And I don't think it's the smartest thing to even say he's not here. All I've said is, Albert, there's a very real shot they could be picking 13 or 14 after this weekend in a deep QB draft. Meaning, maybe I take that opportunity. We go down the road with Jared for 1 or 2 more years, and then I'm able to just turn it loose, have a rookie scale contract, have a loaded roster, and we get after it again. I just... Look, Albert, I didn't think they were a Super Bowl team this year before it played out. I said, okay, maybe they can make the playoffs. Albert, there's a very real...
option center this week, even if Graham Glasgow can't go. Chiefs coach Andy Reid says he plans to return next season. Pete Thamel says Michigan quarterback Davis Warren is expected to test the transfer portal waters. He is expected to have 2 years remaining as well. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman had his deal restructured today and announced he's staying. Sports Illustrated is reporting that he turned down Chile. Tonight, State entertains Cornell, who sits right at 500 this year, while MSU has McNeese, of course, a tournament team from last year as well. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon. Nice to have on the ticket or Odyssey.com. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, the Valenti Show with Rico on 97.
Approach today on a snowy Monday. Everyone is talk Viking. There's nothing I'm going to add to it. Campbell has said, look at everything. All right, well, here's what everything looks like. Like, you probably need to seriously consider hiring 2 new coordinators. One is world because we scored points. Guys, if you can't see the difference in your offense, if you can't see the difference on third down, you can't see the difference in the run game, you can't see the difference of what it looks like against good teams, why don't you turn on what it looks like with the Bears and the Niners? And, for instance, the Niners, who were the wide receivers? Trent Williams played last night? That offensive line was a man shoot. Didn't matter. David put 50 on the Bears. Why? It's Kyle Shanahan. It's good for me. Ben Johnson, you beat me. Quarterback, can you figure out Brian Flores to wear a screen or a slant, some check with knees? Guys, it's my belief Glasgow and Decker are retired. I'm not viewing mahogany as a sure thing. If you want to say it about Ratcliffe, you're welcome. What I'm making is that line has to. You can try to rebuild it. You don't have a lot of cap space. If you want to double, triple, quadruple down on Jared Goff, restructure his deal, take his cap hit from $69 million to like $20, and you spend all the money on offensive linemen, and you pray you can replicate. But just remember, you're never going to duplicate that. Ever. That group of 5 guys. That was the best line in the league. So I offered something that if we're going to talk about everything's on the table, one of them should be drafting Goff's replacement. You can laugh at that. Don't. Green Bay did it twice. It worked twice. If you truly have concerns about Goff winning you Super Bowl, it should be discussed. Then you get if that means you got to trade him pennies on the dollar just to save $24 million off the cap, maybe you do it. But that D line has to be unique. And before you laugh, I want to remind you, that front seven is healthy. I don't want to hear about injuries. Oh, by the way, the secondary, that's got to get rebuilt again. Easy to read six. I told you guys not to go. You guys were all chafed, touching your chandelier when you signed him. I said, guys, he might be a little bit better than Earl Nips. He was the best, according to Pete Prisco's free agent. Oh, stinks. Terry Arnold stinks. Rakestraw doesn't stink because he's not alive. Like 2 years of nothing. Are we sure he's going to play football again? You sure about that? Do we know that Brian Brandt's going to play next year, much less be the same guy? You sure about that? That's a lot of work in one season. So here's my point. If you don't think you can flip a switch to be a Super Bowl team next year, maybe you do what the Niners did. You take a gap year. Maybe you do what the Rams did, and you have a gap year. That you're not tanking anything.
and you might be able to compete and make the playoffs, but you're not a Super Bowl team. But don't put yourself in a position where you end up in that mushy middle, that you end up on the treadmill of good without ever being able to get off of that thing and become great. So if you're not sure about Jared Goff, 2, 3, take the medicine. You're going to have a very uncomfortable cap number next year. Save your money in other places. And I want to use your first round pick at a QB. Not that I'm not demanding it. I'm making you understand when a coach or a GM or president say everything has to be looked at. I'm showing you what everything is. It's not supposed to be comfortable. So that's the conversation we're having. And I do. I think it's very wholesome that no matter what you do, you'll be no better than third best in the division next year or fourth best. If Minnesota So that's kind of what we're rapping about. If you just want to do your Festivus grievances about the game, that's fine too. But I wanted to offer you something. You've probably heard every take there is to have. Danny, can we check ticket text for the first time today? Ticket text, a lot of this coming through besides the trade golf or cut golf, which I find to be that's insane. Can we say that SOL is either back or on the verge of coming back? No, I think that's it. I think you can just say their best chances behind them, and they have to now begin creating a new window. That the window's closed. And his arrogance for not going all in, for having this false belief that the window stays open longer than reality suggests. Sure, and that actually brings me naturally. Been so arrogant, yeah, probably, but it still stems back into the following. Kenny, it happened to the Cowboys. It happens to any team that has a window line. It erodes. It's very hard to put it together. Well, the Cowboys took 2 years and fixed it after Travis Frederick shockingly retired because he had some kind of immune disease or whatever. Tyron Smith got old overnight, and they started to rebuild it to where they could run the football again. I think it's just reality. They're men, they're not machines. And there's a very real possibility. Glasgow, Decker, Ragnow, all gone. Ragnow already gone. I think Decker and Glasgow are retiring. That means you have one member of that old offensive line. It's gone. And by the way, the guy who coordinated that offense is gone. So what do you want me to say? And the things that we've been talking about too is that, like, do you expect either the fan base or B, Brad Holmes management, whatever you want to call it, do you expect them to be able to, accept that next year might have to be a gap year? Or do you think, again, question, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but is there too much of an arrogance to Brad Holmes? And is there too much of an unwillingness from fans to accept that as their reality? Yeah, I think. Look, I would like to think this year represented a reality check for the same fans who yelled at me all summer because I talked about coordinators, offensive line erosion, and guys, it's okay. Like, these things are real. You're gonna miss Ben Johnson. But we scored points, right? 50 against the Bears and the Browns in September. But in all the big spots, what did it really look like? We talked about it. This show was ahead of every other show at this place, talking about third down conversion rates, talking about the fourth down issue, talking about the running game eroding, talking about reality. Danny, if they don't want to accept that and they think they can be a Super Bowl team again next year, I'm not mad at anybody. You need to light that path for me. They don't have $100 million in cap space, right? They don't have 800 draft picks. Like, it's not like think of the time.
I had always thought eligibility or not, if you left or whatever after like 1 year, I thought once you get to the pros, no matter what it is, it's over. But it's Europe.
It's Europe,
So that's the loophole right there.
Yeah. The fact is, the kid was drafted in 2021. What are you kidding me?
I think by the Pistons as well.
Yes. He made a wise move. Kenny, take your text and we'll get to the callers.
Just recovering from all of that. I know I'm in the minority here. I would be completely up for a rebuild, keeping only 5 or 6 key players and probably getting rid of Goff. Now, everybody's on the opposite side of this one.
You have to stop. There is no getting rid of Goff. You guys, there is no financial tool for you to get rid of Goff. It is also silly to get rid of Goff. You can talk about drafting his replacement, doing what the Packers did. Drafted Love when they had Rodgers. Drafted Rodgers when they had Favre. You can do that. You can't get rid of him. Not in practice. Not financially. You have him the next 2 years. After 2027, you could get rid of him and save money and be okay. If you restructure, the likelihood is you're stuck with him through 2020.
You know what's funny is nobody on the text can seem to agree on much of anything. Everybody's either saying, oh, it's injury year and that's the reason why that we can't be a Super Bowl team, or it's we need to trade Goff and throw him down the well.
There is no trading Goff.
I agree. I'm with you. That's just what the people are saying.
Oh my God.
Don't hate me for this. What I'd like to see happen is trade Goff. Like every other text is trade Goff.
I'm going to go to Sal because I don't want to hear anymore what you're saying. Hello, Sal.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Sal. What's up?
First off, you did this to yourself with the golf stuff. To be honest,
No,
I feel bad for you, but
no, but it's like Sal. It was one part of like
they had a full diaper on. Then don't we have a problem with getting coaches and getting players? Like, how do they not recognize that?
Yeah, no, and Sal, listen. I think if you're allowed to go out and hire a couple bad coordinators, or you're allowed to have a bad off season if your course correct. But I think the problem they have, Sal, is they enjoyed their own scent. They were arrogant, delusional. And the idea that you were just going to bring in a guy who's never finished a year as an OC to replace Ben Johnson, the idea that you would just promote from within on the defensive side, you would go in with 2 subpar coordinators where, look, I could live with Kelvin Shepard, but no one's going to mistake him for Bill Belichick. Like, yeah, Sal, it's a problem. And the player acquisition stuff, yeah. But meanwhile, Sal, 90% of the fan base was yelling, let Brad cook. All right, well, here's the meal he cooked.
Well, that kind of branches into another thing where, like, I don't even think we can talk rebuild or, off-season needs until we talk expectations. We're on the same page. I don't think a lot of people are on the same page when it comes to expectations. Another thing I would branch off of that with sort of the coordinator thing, if you go back and you listen to John Morton's introductory press conference, when they asked him what his offensive philosophy is going to be coming in, he said, well, we're going to try to do much of the same thing. We're not going to try to change much. I think that kind of speaks to the arrogance that him, for sure, he thought he was going to probably replace Ben Johnson, but maybe more so even Dan Campbell maybe thought like, hey, we're just going to get this guy to come in, do the same thing, and we're going to have a Ben Johnson light, maybe. I think that speaks to the arrogance, and I think that stems into a bigger problem of, did you really think you were going to replace Ben Johnson? Because no one really thought that. No one with a functioning brain, at least.
Yeah, and that's, look, they made the mistake, now fix it, right? Like, we can beat them up for the mistake, but now do me a solid. Let's go get Dan Campbell some elite coordinators. Let's let him return to being the CEO of the team. And that's a big step in the right direction. Because the scheme, you can kind of cheat the system. You're seeing what Kyle Shanahan does. Or you were able to see what a Sean McVay does, what an Andy Reid has done. The elite play callers, the elite scheme guys. You can, look, Vic Fangio, what he's done in Philly. Do you think it's accidental that Zach Baum goes from a special teamer to an all-pro guy? No, I mean, look, that's what you need here. I think they've gotten too comfortable with their own people, and they do. They need a refresh. The salary cap stuff, this is where it's on Brad Holmes. And we know Brad Holmes primarily has done a good job drafting. I think the middle rounds have been a bit disastrous, but primarily done a good job. Well, now you need to show you're good at the rest of the job. cap manipulation, free agency, trades, etc. Can they create cap space? Yes. I don't know that every move is a good move, though. And I only brought up the Goff thing just to show you some of the things that you can have conversations about, meaning, look, I like Jared Goff, but I like him for 2 years, not 4. Well, here's what happens if you restructure. Now, you could get creative, I'm sure, and find a way to cheat the system. The cap isn't real. But, yeah, they're not in a good cap spot. Even if they create, call it 40 million, I think they're like 15 under the cap. You want to add 40? You want to say the cap goes up a little bit? All right. But remember, some of your extensions hit. And then we're going to re-sign some players. But you're going to lose a lot of identity players here. You're going to lose guys. I still believe Decker and Glasgow are retiring. I'd rather have Taylor Decker than the money. Let's say you save $17 million by Decker retiring. You're not replacing him. Not effectively, at least. That's the problem here. That's why I look at next year and I go, you know what? Maybe they take a step back, retool it, compete for the playoffs, but it'll be 2027. We can get back to the Super Bowl conversation. I think there's just too much to do. 2 coordinators, rebuild both lines of scrimmage, all with limited cap space. I don't know, man. If Brad Holmes pulls that off, put a statue of him up. Because that's what it looks like. And by the way, we built this thing on a false premise, meaning, well, we were just really, really good, right, with Ben Johnson, with the best O-line in football. And if neither of those things are here, how am I going to be the best how am I going to be that version of the team? That's problematic, to say the least. But this is, hey, guess what? Their ass is in the jackpot, not ours. Whatever. Go fix it. That's what you get paid to do. 97.1.
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew Zero Sugar with a refreshing citrus kick, and make the most of every moment that's left in the season. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer. To the do.
I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haber, and my new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Listen to and follow Unpaused, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Football is in full swing, and let's be real. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for the bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of the fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets across the straights, parlays, and single game parlays from any first half injury. Some books protect you for just a quarter, some do nothing, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook. But they flip losing bets into winning bets every football game day, whether it's the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver, or any eligible player prop bet. Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up your parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, man, your bet will play on with the remaining legs, meaning a loss can turn into a win. You can also track your player performance with Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is also lightning quick. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning, it's different here. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for the weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, home of the fair play. Download the app today. You got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLE. It's week 17, Monday night. Rams and Falcons. Here's your latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. For the Rams, offensive linemen Larry Jackson and Kevin Dotson have both missed practice at some point during the week. Wide receiver Devontae Adams, that hamstring that he has, well, he also has not returned to practice because of that. So please keep that in mind. And for the Atlanta Falcons, wide receiver Drake London and edge rusher James Pierce Jr. were both limited in practice. So may or may not be playing in this game. Don't worry. If anything happens to any part of your bet, Fanatic Sportsbook will always have your back. They will void out anything that happens within the first half if a player goes down. It's guaranteed because Fanatic Sportsbook loves you more than any other sportsbook. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for the weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, home of the fair play. Download the app today.
A dangerous ride wherever you are. Northbound 75 at M8 Davison, more than 3 hours with the closure of this area. Multiple vehicles involved in this crash. Traffic is backed up to Holbrook. It does include eastbound, westbound M8 Davison ramps to northbound 75. They are also shut down as well. I'm Val Berry with Chaplain.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, food or prices may be higher than at restaurants. It's football season, and you gotta keep up with the action. Listen in to Pushing the Pile, part of CBS Sports Podcast Network with Mike Brenner, Kyle Long, and now me, JT Acosta, for smart analysis of everything between the lines. 4 episodes a week, Sunday night recaps, film review, power tiers, and weekly previews. You will know ball. Stick with us until one team lifts the Lombardi. Follow and listen to Pushing the Pile on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When we ask home service pros about their challenges, we can sound a bit repetitive. Can't get quotes out fast enough? Jobber can help. Trouble finding new customers? Jobber can help. Spending too much time chasing checks? Jobber can help. Working every night? You get the idea. Jobber helps you organize, automate, and grow your home service business. Start your free trial today at jobber.com. Free network.
Get right back to the people. Lions, obviously, the conversation just a different way. If you want to vent about the Viking game, you can, but we've talked about some of the other stuff. And one thing I wanted to recenter some of the conversations. People are obsessed about the Goff thing. That's fine. You make 50, 60 million a year, you're the quarterback, you probably get too much of the credit. You often get too much of the blame. I still think Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl, but it's very specific what you have to do for him to make that a reality. And right now, you're not close. And how do you remedy that? Well, one of the things we brought up was also from a coordinator level, you went from having 2 head coaches as your coordinators to John Morton and then a very green rookie coordinator in Kelvin Shepard. Now, Shepard may develop into something. I don't have a huge issue. Let me be clear. This isn't trying to denigrate Kelvin Shepard. But I brought up, if this team really wants to kickstart this thing, if they really want to try to get back to competing for a Super Bowl, well, it's not just in players. It's also staffing. And this time of year, you see it with these teams that go on these runs. Elite coordinators, elite staffs. Well, an example, the guy who just kicked your ass doesn't have a contract next year. Brian Flores is going to be a free agent. Until I see he is signed with the Minnesota Vikings, he is going to be available, right? And his head coaching candidacy is complex, meaning while you can't legally retaliate against someone who is suing, like for instance, I think the Giants are getting sued by Brian Flores, the Texans, some other teams, the Lions, and you could hurt your enemy while helping yourself. You want to show me your series? Hire Brian Flores. You want to show me your series? Go hire a big-time offensive coordinator. Because that is one place that I don't think fans fully appreciated last summer, and I would assume most have gotten the reality check, which is, yeah, man, we lost a lot of talent in that coach. We lost a lot of talent on both sides of the ball with Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. Now, yes, we need better players. Like, I'll continue to say, you need to rebuild that defensive line. That D-line, I mean, Aleem was awful. Second catastrophic leg injury. Will he ever be? I don't know. I just know this one was terrible. DJ Reader's gone. Onzarique's gone. Haskell's gone. Davenport's gone. It's Aiden and Tyleek Williams and Minty Fresh Bob Muhammad. Guys, you got to rebuild your D-line. So you got to rebuild the O and D lines in one offseason. Not easy. You don't have a bevy of picks. Not easy. You don't have a ton of cap space. Also, not easy. That's where I'm saying, hey, better coordinators, they need to go outside the family. tried the in-house stuff, the familiarity stuff. Well, John Morton was here in 22. Goodbye. And Shepard was next in line. All right, well, you want to keep, you can keep. Not mad about it. But I'd be looking for upgrades. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing, Mike?
Good, B. What's on your mind?
Pretty hot take. I just don't think the Lions will ever win with Jared Goff. And this has nothing to do with what you've said. I've been watching him over the years, and I just think that he relies heavily on play action and elite protection, right? And having so many holes on this roster, and I agree with you on everything. We need to revamp both lines, and we're going to need a new secondary. I just don't see it happening. Or anybody else. You don't want to extend Goff longer than what he already has. When that time comes to possibly get a new quarterback.
Well, and again, when I say restructuring, it's just generally when you restructure a contract, you make it impossible to get rid of a player for longer while you've made the cap hold friendly. So that's my point. I would be careful. I think it's okay to ask the question. This is back-to-back seasons. He has tanked in the penultimate game.
And I guess the thing that bothers me the most is, like, you hear the Jared Goff chants, and Jared Goff is never getting blamed. But when Stafford was here, he was always getting blamed, and he never had an elite line. He's in the games, and it's I feel Goff is going to cost. He's going to get a lot of people.
Well, listen, his cap number the next 3 years is
$9.6 million next year.
Yeah, well, 69, then it's like 61, 58. Granted, they've got a massive franchise-defining decision to make. They can tinker with his contract, but you know what it's going to be. Or you let it roll. You could draft his replacement and try to get the money from other places. I don't know what's right. I'm just saying that is possible.
I think the best thing to do would be to address the areas that needs first in the draft, and maybe go and dabble in free agency and see what you look like there. But then we just have to go back to the idea that what the trade was in the beginning, and that was that we have to look at until the 2028 draft class. See what we can do with them with these new players.
If you don't touch the contract, you have an out after 28 scot-free, and you save all the point. I don't know. It happened the other day. I don't know. I haven't arrived at
No. My defense is going in.
Oh boy. Yeah, you kind of went off the deep end at the end there. Mike, John Gruden hasn't run an offense in 20 plus years. If you go back and watch the offense he ran, you don't want that. A West Coast offense.
Gotta give him a chance.
I just look. You can hire someone who's currently in the NFL, who understands the state of the league, who understands how offenses are run. Mike, I like the creativity. I'm not mad at you. The Decker thing, let me address this. It's very easy. If you offered a veteran, a proud veteran, and in my mind, I'm going to be honest with you, the average fan doesn't realize Decker was better than Sewell this year. Sewell did not have a good year. You go to a guy like that who gutted it out for you, and you say, hey, by the way, you're losing your spot at left tackle. We're going to move you to guard. They'll go, great, I'm moving to the golf course. That's how that. And this isn't Madden. Tackles aren't guards and guards aren't tackles. It's just not how it works.
Also, I'm glad you shut the Gruden thing down, because I feel like outside of the get rid of Goff text that we get, it's always hire John Gruden to do X job or Y job.
No.
I agree. It's just very frustrating to see it for you.
Just no. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people coming up. Kenny, a couple of ticket texts, please.
This organization's arrogance is the reason for this gap year. Without that, there would be no gap year. That's from Phil in Detroit.
Okay.
I don't like the Brad Holmes approach, but I do like his confidence in it. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
So you don't like the way he does things. You just like that he confidently goes about things in a way that you don't like. Got it.
Why are Bryans always such scam artists? I don't know what that could be.
I don't know. What is that?
Detroit Lions need to go and get Malik Willis out of Green Bay.
All right, we're done here. I can't do this.
These are the weeded out ones. Do you want me to read the ones that I have not weeded out? Nobody knows which way to go between this is an injury year and between this is a Jared Goff problem.
No, it's not. It's not any one problem. When you're trying to do this very simplistic, I blame you thing, you're going to fail. The Lions comprehensively fail from an organizational level, a coaching level, a player level. Goff being one of those players. The O-line, another collection of players. A front seven that was primarily healthy that got gutted the last 4, 5, 6 weeks of the year on the ground. You can't pin the failures on one thing. That's like me saying it all happened because of Ben Johnson. No, that's not true. Like, I understand emotions are raw and this just happened. You can say, I need more from my quarterback without wanting to irrationally throw them in the garbage. You can win with Jared Goff, but this team is going to have to put more around it. And for a lot of people, they're going to say, well, why if I pay you $50, $60 million, do I have to do more for you? Because that's the deal you made with this quarterback. It is the covenant you signed with him. If you don't like the deal you made, then you can arrive at something different, which is maybe we draft his replacement and we start the clock and we look at moving on in the next year or two. That's up to you. 97.
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew Zero Sugar with a refreshing citrus kick, and make the most of every moment that's left in the season. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer. Give me the sunshine. Something simple and true. Give me my do the do.
College football is off and running, and no one has the sport locked down quite like the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join me, Chip Patterson, along with Tom Fernelli, Danny Cannell, and Bud Elliott 5 days a week as we get you set for each weekend with breakdowns and best bets. Then recap all the action on Saturday night and tell you what you need to know about the rankings and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Save over $200 when you book weekly stays with Vrbo. This winter, if you need to work, why not work from a chalet? If you haven't seen your college besties since, well, college, you need a week to fully catch up in a snowy cabin. And if you have to stay in a remote place with your in-laws, you should save over $200 a week. That's the least we can do. So, you might as well start digging out the long johns, because saving over $200 on a week-long snowcation rental is in the cards. Book now at Vrbo.com.
Over 60 years ago, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom brought the wonders of the natural world into our homes. When you care about something, you become committed to saving it.
By learning to live in harmony with nature, man himself can play the most vital role in the Wild Kingdom.
Just as we help fiercely protect the Wild Kingdom, we help you fiercely protect yours. Mutual of Omaha, protect your kingdom. For more information, visit mutualofomaha.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. After 5 touchdown passes on Sunday against the grounded Jets and leading the Patriots to a 13-3 record, Patriots second-year standout Drake May is the NFL MVP. Sorry, Matthew Stafford. May has done more with less. I'm John Lund.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VTW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I'm Sarah Austin Janess, The Moth's executive producer and longtime host of the Moth podcast. Every week, we share true stories told live and without notes by real people from all walks of life. Stories about disastrous haircuts, May-December romances, photographing Pluto, fighting for justice, and so much more. Some stories make you laugh, some make you think, and many stay with you long after they're told. Discover the power of story. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Need industrial waste removed fast? Call the team that's been trusted for 70 years. Pro Services. Pro Services, the industrial and environmental leader in Detroit, is available 24/7. We handle everything from hazardous waste and liquid disposal to hydro excavation and emergency spill response. Fully licensed and fully equipped, Pro Services is ready when you are. For reliable service and fast turnaround for industrial waste removal, go to proservices.com. That's PROS services.com. Pro Services. Service excellence first.
My wife knows I'm a basketball fanatic, so for my birthday, she got me courtside seats. Courtside. I'm in heaven. I look up at the Jumbotron just in time to see a 7'1" center dive for the ball and take me out. My body's okay, but my teeth? Not so much. Luckily, Brightside Dental has same-day emergency service. I got in and was taken care of right away. And basketball? Yeah, I'm good watching couch side from now on.
Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Call 1-800-PAINLESS or visit brightsidedental.com.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
Get back to the Lions in just a second, but because it is a Monday, Can We Say That? Kenny has things from around the world of football, including some college stuff. So we'll do that 6-7 minutes. Back to the calls. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
I thought about something over the weekend, so I'm going to play a little game. Can we say that?
I thought about a couple of things. Watching that guy's football team last night live the blessed life that they live.
We will get to that eventually. Carry on, but we're going to start in the realm of college football. So this is actually based on the man you just heard, Rico Beard. Take the money and take the Rico TV markets man out of it. Can we say that this round of games should be played in a home venue? Forget the neutral site. Let's have everybody this round be played in their home venue.
The playoff games?
Yes.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. If you strip away the money and you strip away all of that, you talk about what's good for the sport, what's more intriguing, what's more exciting. Yes.
Home crowds adds to this immensely.
Yeah, 100%. And I would like to see more of SEC team go to cold places. That's interesting.
I actually would like to see that too, so I can stop hearing about how we can't travel north.
I do believe that the round of games coming up should be not at neutral stadiums. And I even look at it from the sense of it kind of weakens some of these bowl games. Like the Rose Bowl doesn't really mean anything anymore. I agree with that. But I think if you save those bigger bowl games for the Final Four, and then, if you bounce out or whatever, you get like the Cotton Bowl or whatever. But I agree with that.
Don't worry. When they expand, Kenny, we'll have multiple rounds of home venues.
Oh, great.
You know what they're going to do.
Thank God. So that actually brings me to the next question is, can we say that bowl season has never meant less? I was watching the Bulls this weekend, and I got to tell you, I was actually starting to get borderline angry at how much I didn't care about them.
Yeah, they're spring games now. It's a joke. And I'll tell you the worst part is the useful idiots that these companies hire to call these games handed their talking points. I had to listen about what a good teammate player X was or player Y Look at them, how involved they are on the sidelines. Cutscene. They opted out. They didn't play. And you want to tell me what a good teammate they are? Nothing topped the list of insanity as the Fenway Bowl, where Skylar Bell, who's the best receiver for UConn, begged all his teammates to play, did this big hullabaloo. I'm going to play. You should play. He played one series. Then he disappeared. Then he comes back on the sidelines with a Jesus piece bigger than the actual cross Jesus was crucified on. Street clothes. He opted out. He played one series. And he had a wardrobe change ready like he's Aretha Franklin Franklin.
He went through a full Lady Gaga workout.
Yeah, he's Taylor Swift on the Eras tour.
Nothing matters anymore. And to go, because obviously I worked the show a couple weeks back about the Lane Kiffin thing. I love when Lane Kiffin was in the booth and he was talking about how great the Ole Miss win was. I bet it was, because you're making $1 million off that win for doing nothing, wearing a brown leather jacket.
Yeah, while calling all those players and seducing them.
So on FanDuel, the two top favorites are Big Ten teams to win the national championship. Can we say that the Big Ten has finally passed the SEC?
No, because the rest of the conference sucks. It's just a top-heavy conference. It's no different than when USC was the kings of the Pac-12 and won national championship. The rest of the conference wasn't any good. Okay, so you have Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, right? What else you got? The whole principle of when you want to talk about the conference, then put middle class versus middle class, bottom rung versus bottom rung. The Big Ten schedules, Ohio State played nobody all year. Indiana, they played one team all year. Now, flip it, go play an SEC schedule. What's it look like? You can't say that.
No, I agree with that. It is, I mean, you said it best, Mike. It is way too top heavy. Now, add in like Iowa making the playoffs, MSU being relevant again, then I feel like the conversation could change. But as of right now, no.
No. Like a middle class team in the SEC is still a team like an Auburn, still a team like a Vanderbilt. Like these are teams that are capable, where it's not a cupcake festival. Look at the Big Ten. Yeah, great. It's 18 teams. 15 of them stink.
Well, you've fallen right into my trap because I didn't have to say it as an SEC honk. You have said it for me. That's exactly what I was asking.
The truth is the truth, no matter, I'm sorry.
And real quick, one last one here. In that same vein, how many teams that are around right now in this playoff picture actually have legitimate natty hopes?
I mean, Indiana, OSU, Georgia. Those would be my three.
So you got three.
Yeah,
So you're telling me that a 4-team playoff was not such a bad idea after all?
It was never a bad idea. It was actually quite awesome. But yeah, Kenny, this is where we are, pal. It's all filler. That's all it is.
And that's why they even, if they were to expand, I know everyone kind of said it to begin with, because do the 8-team. Because you'll have some of the fringe teams that might put up a good fight in that first round, but then afterwards you're down to your Final Four.
I totally agree. And especially if you're going to go to 12 and 2 of them are poverty teams, what's the point?
And we have one more, actually. What can we say? Can we say what is the solution for the transfer portal dilemma that's becoming the bane of my existence in college football?
Well, I'll tell you the first thing we should do. Stop making announcements that players have come to terms and re-signed with given team. This is such a farce. It's either college football or it's not. Now pick. My misgivings with the sport is when you were a little kid, Kenny, what'd you do? You dress up as Dan Marino for Halloween one year. You bought the little play set. You put on the plastic helmet, but you weren't Dan Marino. You did not play for the Dolphins. You're just Kenny.
That is factually correct.
That's what these players are. All these players are now is they're Kenny on Halloween. Oh, well, they've re-signed. Oh, we've inked him to a new deal. It's like, all right, you know what? We're done here.
Give everyone lobotomies. Maybe we'll forget about the transfer and we can all start back from the BCS days.
Corbin, you've nailed it. If you want to fix it, well, for one, the portal shouldn't take place until after the playoff. 2, there should be contracts that have definable terms, both in financials and in years. Then we can begin to rebuild the trust amongst fans of knowing who our players are, how long or how short we have them, and how much we want to invest. Currently, I don't know, and I'm not making fun of you, Kenny. Take whatever joy you want. I don't know how anybody takes it serious.
That is, can we say that?
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and make the most of every moment that's left in the season. Because when the outdoors call, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer. Do the do.
Your fantasy season doesn't end after your draft. The Fantasy Football Today podcast is going to get you through the season and to a championship. Fantasy Football Today, part of CBS Sports Podcast Network, has episodes every single day. Waiver wire, trade talk, starter sit, mailbags, and more. If you want to win your league, you need to listen to Fantasy Football Today. Follow and listen to Fantasy Football Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is attorney David Femininio. Auto accidents happen, and the best way to protect ourselves from an accident is to be educated and informed. That's why we started David's Driving Edge. Provide tips and resources to keep us all safer on the road. If an accident does happen, we are always here to help you. But if we can avoid them to begin with, that's a win for everyone. Make driving your only focus. Put your phone down and just drive. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge for more information.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Kroger, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Save on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 1 pound packages are only $4.99 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
All the audio that matters to you.
It's all here.
Odyssey. 2 crashes in one. Northbound US 23, just north of M59 Hall Road. Right lane is blocked with police on scene. Then there's northbound US 23, just north of Clyde Road. Right lane is blocked. Sheets of ice, making it very dangerous to ride this afternoon. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
The Wine Garden St. Clair Shores is your destination for everything from single barrel bourbon to fine wine and cigars. On Harper, south of 9.
Come see me, Big Tony.
The Wine Garden.
People love to talk about grit, but in Detroit and at Ford, we practice it. We show up when it's hard and step up when it's harder. And when obstacles block our path, we get in our trucks and haul them out of the way. Because in this city, the easy way out doesn't exist. There are only people. People who work tirelessly, passionately, unrelentingly, season after season. People who are striving in the pursuit of something greater than themselves. So whether you're down by 6 in the fourth quarter or up to your knees in snow, in Detroit and at Ford, we always finish what we start. Even when the odds say we can't. That's when we find a new gear. That's when we drive it home. Ready, set, Ford.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Text the ticket now. Ticket text 248-539-9797. WHYT FM and WHYT HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The NBA has released their first results in fan voting for the All-Star Game. Pistons star Kate Cunningham ranked fourth on the East Side, collecting just over 1 million votes. Lions coach Dan Campbell was asked if some of the younger pieces will get a chance, given the playoffs are no longer on the line this week.
Yeah, I think if guys can't go because of injury, then the next guy up will go, young or old, or young or veteran, I should say. Next best guy available.
Came out of the game last week. Did you come out of that? Okay, is there an update on that?
Yeah, I think long term he's going to be okay. Which is good. It's good news.
And again for him.
That's part of it. Yeah.
He followed it up later, saying St. Brown is day to day, but he has improved. He also did not see Tate Ratledge getting any reps at center this week, even if Fran Glasgow can't go. The Chargers are resting QB Justin Herbert this week. Pete Campbell says Michigan quarterback Davis Warren is expected to test the transfer portal. He's also expected to have 2 years remaining. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman had his deal restructured and announced he's staying. Sports Illustrated is reporting that he turned down 2 NFL franchises today. Is that including the Giants? Michigan State and Michigan Hoops both have home games sitting at 7 tonight. State entertains Cornell, who sits at 500 this year. MSU has McNeese, and the latest coaches poll revealed today Michigan remained the number 1 team. MSU stood at number 9. That's
Hey, man, I'm just trying to get laid.
That's got Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson Studio, The Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
5 o'clock. Great to have you with us.
Hope everybody had a good holiday. I know this weather, good God. Look, here's how we tried to do the Lions thing. You are free to call in whatever you like. As Doug likes to say, it's an open line format. But I think I just turned Doug into Harvey Dent, by the way. The point I'm making is we've tried to do it a little differently. There's nothing to talk about for me with the Lions Vikings. We all watched it. It's been talked to death. Lord knows your group chat is probably nuts. I've offered you what Dan Campbell said, and then a window into what that really means. We're going to get to your phone calls in a second. We're going to look at everything this offseason. Okay. Here's what everything looks like. Ask yourself these following questions. You're a Lions, and you can come to whatever conclusions you want. Here are mine. Okay. We got to this point where we were a Super Bowl contender. Now the road back is pointed. How this works. Can we provide an elite offensive line and scheme needed for Jared Goff not to be good, but to win us a Super Bowl? I question. Because you had the line and you had the scheme and you fell short. Do we need 1 new coordinator or 2 new coordinators? I think it's something you need to look at. And this isn't friend business, it's show business. I don't have much bad to say about Kelvin Shepard. He's young. He's a far cry from a Hall of Famer, a Vic Fangio. If Brian Flores is truly available, which he is, he does not have a contract next year. Isn't that the type of move you make if you're serious? Like the Eagles made when they blew out everybody and hired Vic Fangio? I'd say so. Offensively, it's clear. You need an offensive coach. Dan Campbell did the best that he could. He's not a play caller. He's not built for that. Because I think Dan's best role, he's an outstanding CEO. Do you know when the quality started to slip? Do you know when this team, the focus started to slip, the effort started to slip, and the arrogance became so pervasive? Look over to play calling. He just doesn't have enough bandwidth to do it all. Ask yourself this question. Do you need to rebuild both lines of scrimmage? The answer is yes. I'm of the belief Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow are retiring. And that O-line is in need of a complete restructure. Defensive line, before you scoff at that, I want you to think about this. Lee McNeil stunk. Guys like Davenport, gone. Haskell, gone. Onzarike never was here, but gone. DJ Reader, gone. You'll have Tyleek, and you'll have Aiden. And if you want Bob Baum, you got to rebuild that whole front four. Why? You got gutted against the run the last 6 weeks of the season. You got to rebuild it. Okay. So do we need to change an attitude from Brad Holmes? We're going to look at everything. The ideology, the modus operandi of your franchise has to be a part of it. Yes. Brad Holmes has shown he can draft. What he hasn't shown is he good at free agency? Is he good at trades? Is he good? He hasn't shown those things. It's time to show you're good at the others. And look, my gut feeling on all of these things is as you stack the things they have to do this offseason, I don't think you can be a Super Bowl contender in a year. They don't have a ton of cap space. They can create some. They're not in a good cap position. Is the cap real? No. But be careful what you restructure because you can be stuck with it forever. So that brought me to the golf thing. Look, if you're unsure about your level as a Super Bowl contender, and you like your quarterback but you don't love him, if you doubt you'll be able to give him a top 5 O-line, a top 5 running game, and 35 to 37% play action, then you're never going to get out of Jared Goff what you need to win a Super Bowl. You could be picking as high as 13 or 14 in the NFL draft. You draft his replacement and take a page out of the Packer playbook. They did it with Rodgers when they had Favre, and they've done it with Love when they had Rodgers. Would you dare? Because here's the way you can truly hyper insulate yourself is not in 2026 and probably not 27. You can turn over a rookie scale contract in 2028, be in an unbelievable salary cap position, have a couple of drafts and a couple of off seasons to restock the shelves and quote let Brad cook. And then go on a Super Bowl. Look, I'm not pounding the desk on any of this, but I'm trying to show you that if your coach is going to get up at a podium and say, we're going to look at everything, here's what everything looks like. Everything doesn't mean just the comfortable conversations. Everything doesn't mean we're only going to talk about easy stuff. Look, I could tell you right now, you could trade Aleem McNeil and save $24 million. Go do it. Am I going to be thrilled? No, because when Aleem's healthy and playing well, really good football player, but he was garbage this year. He was terrible. How else do you put it? Aleem was terrible. And before you scoff at the Goff thing, answer my questions. The Goff you loved and you chanted, while you were in mid-coitus with your wife, oh, honey, we're going to make a baby and name it Jared. It was built with Ben Johnson and the best O-line in the league. Okay? So when Kenny is screaming Jared Goff's name in his bedroom tonight, understand it was achieved with Ben Johnson and the best O-line in football. If I can't reproduce those things, then was that version of Goff my reality? This is what real organizations talk about. This is what they do. Look, does it always work? No. Look at Minnesota. They made a decision. They didn't want to be in the Sam Darnold business. They're missing the playoffs because of it. Now, can they get that right with a retool? Maybe signing Mac Jones? Maybe JJ stays healthy? Yes. The point I'm making is this. The Lions they're like a fantasy team where you spent all your budget on 4 players, studs and duds. Well, now, here's your reality. It's plausible you wake up this offseason as the 4th best team in the NFC North. What moves can I make, both on and off the field, that can get me back into a Super Bowl conversation? I don't know. I don't know if you can do it all. You don't have a bevy of picks. You don't have a bevy of cap space. And you got a quarterback whose cap number is about to be $70 million. You got Brian Branch, who may never be the same. You got Kirby Joseph, who may never play again. Ask anybody to go on record and tell you with mortal certainty Kirby Joseph's going to be 100% week 1 and be the guy that everyone loves. They can't. Brian Branch, it's just factual. He blew his Achilles. So look, I think you need veteran assistants. I think you need high-level coordinators. Dan needs to be the CEO. We're going to put the readers away. And we need to get back to business. That's the last part of this, too. This team needs a little bit of a come-to-Jesus offseason. Hope everybody enjoyed their Hollywood phase. All the podcasts and the commercials and Oh man, their commentary after games. Look at it all. Now that you zoom out, you guys can call me whatever names you wanted. I said it 6-7 weeks ago. Whether it was Dan Campbell, Aiden Hutchinson, Kelvin Shepard, Jared Goff, what came out of that locker room, those press engagements, was delusion and arrogance. They got to have a come to Jesus offseason. It's time to get back to work. Less sizzle, more steak. You know what? You need your leaders to lead. You know what I don't need? The guy I'm paying $45 million a year to come out and blame the refs like Aiden. No, Aiden. You know what you say? The standard's the standard, and we're not living up to it. Unacceptable. And it's on me. That's what leaders do. They don't get up there and pretend to be intellectuals. Well, you know, there's two pathways that you could react to the intervention of the Aiden stuff. Okay? Not rocket science. It's got it out. You're a football team.
For me, step one of knowing that maybe the arrogance is dying and they're turning the page is if in the moment during the draft, they're not wearing each other's jerseys, each other's face on the shirts, so stupid stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not. What about a villain sweatshirt? It's all good.
All of that looks less and less cute the further we go down this road. The St. Brown podcast, Hutch interviews where he's, convincing about exactly what you just said. It becomes, as a fan base, I mean, you're going to accept it for 1 year. You might accept it for 2.
And that's the job of Dan Campbell, to reestablish the culture, the messaging, what's acceptable. And yeah, I think it does begin with coordinating. Big time. We'll get to your phone calls next. All right. Stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup for you. Make sure it's running properly. And Lord knows it has to be this time of year. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget Mastercraft. Plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted pricing. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
TikTok for Business is helping owners like you reach new customers every day.
We saw up to a 10x return on our TikTok shop ads. A few years ago, I started sharing my love for fashion on social media, and Willow Boutique was born. We're not just a place to shop. We've really become a community. TikTok allows us to find more people to have that great experience. I cannot imagine my business without TikTok. It's completely changed my life, and I could not be happier.
Head over to getstarted.tiktok.com/TikTok ads. A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew Zero Sugar with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer.
You've got a big day, so you use unstoppable services with your laundry non-stop pressure. So no matter how long the day goes, you ain't stopping time. Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut until that end of the day.
Business in my office. Add new unstoppable speeds to your watch for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Make money from your podcast with the Odyssey Creator Lab. You create the show, we bring the advertisers. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com.
This New Year's, while everyone is watching the clock strike 12, the Bell Tire year-end sale is saving everyone 12% when you buy 2 or more tires. Ring in the new year with savings on any and all of your favorite tire brands. Sale starts December 26th through January 3rd. So if one of your resolutions is saving big in the new year, then you've got to get down to Bell Tire for 12% off. December 26th through January 3rd. Only at Bell Tire. See belltire.com for details.
A lot of Taylor Ford is loaded with massive F-150 inventory. Drive a new 2025 F-150 Lightning XLT. Standard range, including 10-liner wheel lots. Only $319 a month for 36 months. Hurry in and get your truck now while supplies last. Taylor Ford, we make deals. We will earn your business.
Details.
Vrbo makes it easy to claim your dream summer spot with early booking deals. From homes with pools to poolside loungers. When you book a Vrbo, you don't have to reserve for any loungers. They're all yours. Get that early booking deal at Vrbo.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil intensively?
I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense too.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hockey season is finally here. I got my tickets and a brand new home jersey, and then I see it. White jersey, a lot whiter than my skin. Luckily, Bright Side Dental has one Daysr whitening. I got right in. Amazing care. Walked out with teeth white enough for home use. Let's go get 'em, boys.
Right side down. No judgment. Just care. Right side down.
The Lions face the Bears at Soldier Field. Lions game day Sunday at 1 with Costa Rica. Buffalo Wild Wings. Nice and run the ticket.
Intervention. So, perhaps I'm sure,
Okay, that's enough. Goodbye. Or you gave up 250 yards rushing. And give everybody a promo code to the House of Hutch while you're at it. Okay? Enough. Making $40+ million a year. I gotta listen to you talking about the intervention and the officials. Cut it out. It takes the Steelers a month to get 250 rushing yards. It took them an afternoon with you.
If you don't need, if you want them, yeah, sure. If it's easy for you,
Yeah. Of what this season was for them. All right. You have a strong culture. Get back to it. Stop blaming others. Stop crying. You promo code. Right? The House of Hutch and whatever the hell it is. Here. Talk about a looking good guy. He goes to a Michigan game and does a TV. He's not wearing any Michigan gear. He's head to toe in his own brand. I'm telling you, man. Well, how are people supposed to know what's in the House of Hutch?
he took out another box.
That's
why I got him.
I'm gone.
Now, so thank you so much.
Not a very nice person. I want to go to T. 97.1. T, what's good, buddy?
What's good? Happy New Year, my brother.
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy. Before you went on vacation, I've been waiting on you to go in for the longest, man. Keep shaking, dude. Because I'm gonna tell you, the Lions got that balloon busted so hard that you couldn't put duct tape back together, put that thing back up in there and let it inflate. And I think that's the best thing that happened. Now, here's the thing. How do we really rehabilitate ourselves? I have this saying that, you take your favorite cheese, right? Swiss, Parmesan, whatever it is. And then you look in the mirror, and this is what Dan Campbell and Brad own, all the rest of those trucks, little mighty lions who think they're all that. You say, am I a man or am I a mouse? You say it 3 times. If you eat the cheese, you know what you are. And there is a lot of cheese this season. A lot of cheese.
So what's the fix?
D-line. Blow up the D-line. Okay, I'm going to say this. I don't want them to draft any more linemen. Go out and get you some veteran goons on both sides of the ball. I would say don't draft any wide receivers. You need another tight end because Laporta is probably broken up and probably will be broken up from now on. And I probably would, try to find me a linebacker, a young one, and another young DN and build like that. We don't need any more receivers. We don't need any more running backs. We can get a free agent running back, or maybe apologize to David Montgomery.
I'll tell you one thing. T, here's another one. When they say everything's on the table,
you could at least discuss it. Do you try to gauge the value of Jamison Williams? Elevate Tesla opposite Amon Ra. You get Laporta back. What if J-Mo could get you a first-round pick? Do you entertain that?
Ooh. You know what? We need that blow the top off.
I agree. See, I know, but you know what I know. You can't have it all the time. I'm asking.
If I can get a first round for J-Mo, I couldn't lose. Let me say this to you, and I'll let you go. So I've been playing around with this in my head. What would it take to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati? What would you give up?
Everything. But the problem is this. From a cap standpoint, you can't get rid of Jared Goff. It is no different than the Tua situation. You can't, certain contracts, you can't move off of it. Look, I think I know. I think with Burrow, he's going to get Zach Taylor fired. He's going to demand they hire Joe Brady. They'll give it another year. Yeah. I think after 26, if it doesn't work in Cincy, he'll be the story of the offseason. But you can't financially. You just don't have a choice.
Yeah, if we could just dream for a minute, I'd give up.
I'd give up the Gordie Howe Bridge. I don't care. Here, take the ambassador with it. Never go to Canada again. Do whatever it takes. Well, but that's not the conversation we're having. Like, if you're the Vegas Raiders and you have the number 1 overall pick in the draft and you can offer a gazillion things and they got $100 million in cap space, then you can have different conversations. The Lions have a quarterback. You don't have to love him. Do you like him? He threw a ball that you could catch. Very true. Joe Burrow does that. But like with Goff, it's about what you put around him. You know the deal you made. Now you got to live up to it. I'll tell you one guy who ain't going to be around. Like, I brought up the J-Mo thing. I'm not yelling about it. I'm not even telling you to do it. I'm asking, is that something you consider to get added draft capital? David Montgomery's good as gone. Can't have the 7th highest paid running back on your roster, and he's your backup. Can't happen. Gone. Also doesn't help. He doesn't seem to be happy. We'll go to Antonio, 97.1. Antonio, what's good?
Hey, Mike.
What's up?
Man, I'm not going to say the window is closed, but if the Lions was in a burning building, that particular exit for safety has been compromised. Now, like any good building, there's other escape routes. So we have to take another escape route for safety. The only thing is, I don't believe if everything's on the table, like you say, then Brad Holmes needs to be on the table. We need to have that discussion.
Sure. I don't care. You're never going to offend me with that. Antonio, I think all these guys should be evaluated every damn year.
I mean, he traded a 3rd-round pick for Carlton Davis, and he only got 1 season out of it. He traded a 3rd-round pick for Darius Smith and let him walk out the door. That's draft capital. He traded draft capital.
But the Carlton Davis thing, let's be fair. With Carlton Davis, you will get a compensatory pick that can make up for it. I hear what you're saying. I think the bigger point in it is when you look at the last 2 draft classes, they are either largely or entirely useless. That's a problem.
His biggest sin is he should be judged like every general manager who drafts a franchise quarterback or who looks up into one like Brock Purdy. When you have that 5-year window to build around him prior to having to pay him. Now, although our situation isn't a franchise quarterback, but his penalty for drafting such good players was you have a window before you have to pay them.
I agree.
And he and we had all this great salary cap situation, and instead of adding on to that quality talent that he drafted, he decided to just pay the players that he drafted.
I'll give an example. Antonio, I said it the day the guy signed. There's something in the NFL called the transition tag. Okay? The transition tag basically allows the player to go out, shop their own deal, but you get first right of refusal. They could have easily done that. They didn't have to sign Kirby. I had no idea Kirby was going to die. The point I'm making is they've done that Kirby thing every time. They didn't have to sign J-Mo. Why did they sign J-Mo? Why did they run to the altar to sign him? In the same offseason, you gave up 3 third-round picks to take what seemingly was J-Mo's replacement in Isaac Testament. That is something they have to see. This idea of being seduced by their own players and running to the altar to sign them. Because you know what's going to happen next. This will be the offseason of, what do we do? Here's my answer. Nothing. There's my answer. Nothing. One guy's coming off a back surgery. The other guy's a running back. We don't pay running backs. And you guys get as mad as you want to. Did Jahmyr Gibbs affect winning this year? Nope. You win with the tip of the sword. Running backs are fun, but they're you can replace them. I love Jahmyr, and I'm going to love him for 6 years. 5 on base deal, 1 on franchise. And then guess where he goes? Shipping container to a different team. I'm not doing it. 6 years, over 1,800 touches. I got the best deal. Now somebody else can pay for the reputation. Or, if Brad Holmes doesn't change, Gibbs' highest paid back in the history of the league, download. Whatever you like. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. Lots left to do. I know Rieger, I saw him waddling around. He's here, right? I wasn't hallucinating? Okay. 97.1.
It's Draymond Green, kicking off my 14th NBA season and the new season of my podcast. Trust me, I'm not holding back. Listen to the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Some things are that easy.
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants. Okay, I think we got everything. Turkey, the potatoes.
New iPhone.
What is that?
A new iPhone and AT&T.
You okay?
Giving a hint? Good call. Just like getting AT&T's best deal on the all-new iPhone 17 Pro, featuring the ultimate Pro camera system. Learn how new and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Most expensive plan not required. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
This holiday season, we'll help you with your gifts. You and your family can have the full power of America's best 5G network and 4 free 5G phones for just $25 a month per line. Holiday shopping just got easier. Now, when you should get your dog, we can't help you with that. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Offer ends January 7th, 2026. Subject to device availability. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on the total base 5G unlimited plan. Port-in and ID verification requirements vary by device. Limit to 4 devices per account. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report, dated first half 2025. Your results may vary.
This is attorney David Femininio. Auto accidents happen, and the best way to protect ourselves from an accident is to be educated and informed. That's why we started David's Driving Edge, to provide tips and resources to keep us all safer on the road. If an accident does happen, we are always here to help you. But if we can avoid them to begin with, that's a win for everyone. Make driving your only focus. Put your phone down and just drive. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge for more information.
A dangerous ride wherever you are. Northbound 75 at M8 Davison, more than 3 hours with closure of this area. Multiple vehicles involved in this crash. Traffic is backed up to Holbrook. It does include eastbound, westbound M8 Davison ramps to northbound 75. They are also shut down as well. I'm Del Beer.
Thousands of Metro Detroit kids still sleep on the floor. Help change that with the Furniture Bank's 1,000 Beds Challenge. $250 gives a child a bed, mattress, and bedding. Donate now at furniture-bank.org.
Style or substance. Somehow it became one or the other when choosing a truck. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything. That's GMC Sierra. We are professional grade. Michigan residents get $1,000 lease cash during the GMC holiday event. Well-qualified GM employees with a current eligible GMC lease use it to get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $199 per month with $33.29 due with signing on a 2026 Sierra light-duty elevation crew cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. Must be a current lessee of the 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicles or GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale.
Tax, title, license, utility fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents a mile every 20,000 miles. And participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details.
I thought about something over there. So I'm going to play a little game called Can We Say That?
Yes. Now, Mike, typically I would have a can we say that, or Rico would have a can we say that. Today, just an insight to everybody listening. When I walked into the office, I saw Mike, and he just started yelling at me about the Giants. So, I mean,
That did not happen.
There is no can we say that for this. I just wanted your opinion.
Can we say the Giants are abhorrent bleep holes? Yes. Can we say the entire franchise should be relocated out of my life? Possibly to another galaxy? Yes. There's nothing else I can say. I hate them. I absolutely hate them.
Is that how you really feel?
It's, yeah.
I walked in, I just got assaulted by lions.
I said nothing of the
Giants.
sort. I complimented your hat. Factually. Next.
So this one is for both of you. If you want to jump in, you can. I'm exhausted by this NFL season. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but all of these games, can we say that, I mean, money aside, because that's clearly what this has always been about, can we say that this season is way too damn long?
Are we talking NFL?
NFL.
Yeah, but just wait till they go to 18 games. And they give you a second bye week. And the Super Bowl will be the last day of February.
And more players get injured too, but they don't care.
No, but they're going to end, instead of a 53-man roster, it'll be 63. Corbin, I'm telling you, none of the decisions being made have anything to do with the quality of the sport, the long-term interest, what's best for all. It's simply money.
Oh, 100%. And I love football as a sport. The NFL as a product, as I've gotten older, I'm beginning to hate it more and more as each season passes. And it's for these reasons. It's egregious that Goodell and his goons will come out and say, hey, injuries are bad, CT, we're putting money into it. And then 2 weeks later, we're going to have a little press conference. We might be thinking about a 20-game season. It's a joke.
Well, it is. And also to factor along is, did you know how many different applications you needed to watch football over Christmas? ESPN, CBS, NBC, Fox, Peacock, or what is it? Netflix, Amazon Prime. They may as well put a game on QVC, and your Nona could buy some fake jewelry. It's welcome. Oh, and by the way, Corbin, they're going to expand the playoffs too. Hope everybody's ready.
And that actually leads perfectly into the next can we say that I have we gone too far with, and I know you're going to say yes, but have we gone too far with these streaming platforms? Because I feel like America got introduced to it around Christmas time when they realized, oh, my favorite team is on. Which streaming platform? Is it Peacock? Is it Netflix?
It's all going to. Listen, it'll end up going full circle the same way that cutting the cord did. Now everyone's coming back to cable. It's just, it's too much of too much. And again, there's really not much up for grabs the last 2 weeks of the season when you look at it. The whole NFC playoff picture finalized. You get a winner-take-all, Baltimore-Pittsburgh. You get a winner-take-all over here in the NFC in a division nobody cares about, Carolina. Other than that, well, what happens when it goes to 8? And that's the problem.
It's a joke because with the streaming thing is what I'm getting to, because when you look at some of the games, especially the Thursday night, and obviously that is its own topic, the product might not be as good, but sometimes you get matchups where it's like, this is the only game on, this is the only thing I have to pay attention to. I mean, I can speak from it just by being there. I was at the Broncos-Colts game on Thursday night a couple years ago in Denver, and I'm like, this is what they're putting out. This is their best, primetime spot. It's a joke.
What's funny is I was during the holidays, I was going back and I was switching from platform to platform to platform to watch different game. And I was like, maybe they should make it so that I can just switch between And then I was like, I think I just reinvented television.
You just reinvented cable. Welcome, Kenny.
All right, so the MVP conversation is heating up a lot in the media. Drake May, can we say that he is a legitimate MVP candidate and he might win the MVP?
Do you know Drake May's middle name?
Drake May Bang?
Drake
Isn't it,
surprised you guys don't know this.
Isn't it like Julio or something?
Jesus? Is it Jesus?
It's God. Yes.
Oh,
Yes, it's got. He's fabulous, but it's Matt Stafford's award to lose. Who are we kidding? Matthew Stafford has had comprehensively the best season. Drake May's making a run at it, but no, again. You play the Jets, the stats don't even. It's Stafford.
I agree, and I'm not even saying that because obviously the Rams are my team, and I am currently wearing a Stafford jersey on my body right now. But you summed it up best, Mike. He's having the best season. It is what it is, and I will say, just from a nostalgia standpoint, throwback to when there was 10 quarterbacks having the season that Stafford did about 10 years ago. Now compare the stats, it's abysmal.
It is. No, to me, it's his. But Drake May, he'll get one before it's all over. He's a stud.
Well, Corbin's jersey is stupid, and so is he. The Eagles' offense, can we say will keep them out of the Super Bowl?
Oh, who is this?
Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Wait, how about this? Second game this season, Jalen Hurts does not complete a pass in the second half, and they win. He was 0 of 7 yesterday in the second half, and they win. The offense is going to catch up.
The Eagles reminded me kind of like the Lions this year, especially from an offensive standpoint from time to time, where just something seemed off. And more so the Eagles long-term wise, because obviously the Lions have somewhat of stats to back it up. But, the Eagles, I don't trust it at all. I think they get bounced out first round.
Can we say no Lamar, no problem versus the Steelers? We saw the Derrick Henry show. Where are you on with that?
I'm not ready to say that.
People are, which is a little alarming.
A lot of people.
Maybe too many people.
It's still Mike Tomlin at home as an underdog. And I would imagine the reinforcements are about to hit, whether it's TJ Watt or otherwise. I'm not ready to trust the Baltimore Ravens. They've had 17 weeks to build trust. I have none. And you took on a Packer team that had clinched. It didn't have a zillion pieces to their own. You know what? Okay, show me another 36 carries. Go ahead.
I agree with you on that. And to even further add to the Packers' point, they're coming off a Christmas Day game with the Lions lose, so they know, all right, we're in the playoffs, kind of kicking your feet up a little bit.
Next one here, Ken. How close can we say we are to the conclusion of the Mahomes era? I'm not sounding the alarm bells. I'm just asking questions.
Well, when you say, how about this? Their window is closed like the Lions. Now it's about how you reopen the next one. It's going to take an off season or two. I think Mahomes has plenty of good football left, but if I'm the Chiefs, I'm not playing him. And no, I'm not tanking like it's the NBA. I'm just making the point. I want him right. He'll have 4 to 5 really good years left before we start questioning things. I think the Chiefs, as long as you're with him, they'll be back. But it's going to take time. And the Lions could be back, but not without serious retooling.
I agree. They also have a lot just to figure out with those, like you said, like those next steps. And their main common denominator is they'll have Mahomes. He'll be fine. Rest up all next season. Like hearing these reports that he wants to be ready by week 1 or even beginning of October, it's ridiculous. And even for his sake, you got the 3 rings. And I mean, look at Tom Brady, for crying out loud. He won the rings, kind of had a little bit of a break towards the back end of his career, won all the other ones. So yeah, he'll be fine.
Now, after watching the Battle of Two Contenders, Chicago, San Fran, can we say that either of these teams represent an actual Super Bowl threat?
No. The Bears can't exist without turnovers, and the Niners don't stop anything. They just bump around, and you're not going to outscore everyone on your way to a Super Bowl. The offensive line is not great. The running game's not great. They just handed to McCaffrey 800 times. So, no, I think they're fun. That was a hell of a good game. Both quarterbacks can extend plays, which makes it even more enjoyable. But no, I don't think either's a real Super Bowl contender. I think they both would get dusted by the Rams.
I agree with that. You kind of summed up everything.
Sorry about that. No, my bad.
And the last one here, Aaron Rodgers, done after this year. Can we say that we are just resigned to another full retirement tour? Aaron Rodgers has to do.
He's officially done. He looks more disgusted at his job than the average American is at theirs. He looks like he hates reporting for duty. He's done. He looks miserable on the field.
Time for a WWE promo. We are free of the drug man after next week.
Yes.
It's over. And he's like checked out for years now. He just kind of, today we're talking about arrogance within the Lions. He has arrogance and it's going to die out.
Can we not say that every offseason with this guy? It feels like we have this same conversation every single
year. I know. Well, hold up. Here's another conversation we're starting to have.
let me offer you this, just so you're in this last. Ready for this? 2 touchdowns, 5 picks, 4 fumbles, and 7 sacks. That's how your last 2 seasons been. I don't know, man. He's addicted to it. He can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. That's how I view this guy. No, I'm not talking about Rodgers. I'm talking about Goff and elimination game. Rodgers is eternal. I don't know. I just think he's done.
I mean, look what Goff did in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. Nothing. Dial tone.
Hey, someone start to wonder his history. And that, my friends, is Can We Say That NFL edition.
FanDuel, all customers, profit boost tokens, every college football playoff game day. That means more chances, more games, favorite dog, totals, parlay, whatever you want. There's more betting markets than FanDuel. Best place to get into the football action all day long. We'll play the games. FanDuel.com/Michigan. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. College playoff profit boost today. 21 and up. Preston, Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of X wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's football season, and you gotta keep up with the action. Listen in to Pushing the Pile, part of CBS Sports Podcast Network with Mike Brenner, Kyle Long, and now me, JP Acosta, for smart analysis of everything between the lines. With 4 episodes a week, Sunday night recaps, film reviews, power tiers, and weekly previews, you will know ball. Stick with us until one team lifts the bombardment. Follow and listen to Pushing the Pile on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You could keep daydreaming about McDonald's, or you could order McDelivery and be eating McDonald's. Something like that is
At participating McDonald's, delivery prices may be higher than at restaurants.
Hockey season is finally here. I got my tickets and a brand new home jersey, and then I see it. My home white jersey is a lot whiter than my smile. Luckily, Brightside Dental has 1-day Zoom whitening. I got right in. Had amazing care. Walked out with teeth white enough for home games. Let's go get 'em, boys.
Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Call 1-800-GAMBLERS. Brightside Dental.
This is Odyssey Sports Minute. Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for players, pins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Only the Raiders and the Blues will win that action. Once again, they got the inside track with the number 1 team in the draft after losing the Giants with Max Crosby wants out. The Raiders, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I'm John Lund.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. It's so congested.
It's Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
Fun it. Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. He never thought in a million years I'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's 4 a.m. Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air. And we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $530 on a week-long stay with Verbo. Because early gets you closer to the action. Whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Verbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $550. Select homes only. Minimum 7-day stay required.
The Valenti and Rico Show is presented by Femininio Law. Go to GetDavidGetPaid.com.
All right. Rieger is here. You want to air your grievances? I know I've probably given you plenty of ammunition. I just welcome.
What's going on, Michael? I got to tell you. Every now and then you come in early, you're feeling pretty good about life, and then you hear a nugget of information that just makes you laugh.
Okay.
You provide me.
That's right.
Such humor at times.
That's right. Thank you.
Very nice of you.
Okay, I presented this a different way than the other shows. I think the Viking game is that's been talked. It's played Thursday. Everybody knows they watched. Friday, all the shows were on. You got all weekend to read all about that. Dan Campbell saying we're going to look at everything. Okay, here's what everything looks like. Of the things I presented, and look, some of these, I'm not pounding the desk for all of them. I'm saying you have to have difficult conversations or you're not talking at all. Which of those do you feel the strongest?
So there's a bunch, right? And I think they're all pretty truthful. In fact, I was going to do something similar with the three men that are going to run this organization. And do you expect them to win a Super Bowl? Talking about, obviously, Jared and Dan and Brad. But the one thing that kills me the most, okay? I know most people are going to say Brad and his arrogance and how he built this team. But for me, it's Dan and the coordinators. It's the fact that you know what is walking out that door. The brains of the operation was going bye-bye. And you did not do an extensive search to replace him. Instead, you hire a guy that was disliked in New York, that rubbed players the wrong way. You bring him on in, and shockingly enough, the same exact thing happened. And then Kelvin Shepard, whatever, fine. You're probably going to have to fire him too, because the worst thing in the world would be next year to realize, our defense is better, but our DC's not. So I can't believe that Dan did business that way, and then add on to it. The last 3 games, I know people might disagree, but he got out-coached in 3 must-win games, whether it be by Sean McVay or Mike Tomlin or Kevin O'Connell. Those last 3 games were a train wreck. So I kind of got a big issue with Dan, and I'm left wondering. I watched that game yesterday, as I'm sure you did too, the Niners and the Bears and all those elite offensive play calls. I kind of was left wondering, is this guy just a rah-rah culture builder, or is he actually have that tactical edge to him? And I don't know that he does.
No, he's not a play caller. That's okay. I think he's an excellent CEO. I think he's absolutely a culture builder. And look, a lot of people could say Mike Tomlin is that. Mike Tomlin is a Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin's been a very impactful coach in this league. The point I'm making is when you're calling plays, they're slipping. It takes a very special person to be able to be a head coach and be the play caller. And look, Kyle Shanahan is very unique. But do I think there are things that Kyle Shanahan has done in certain games that if he wasn't the head coach and the OC, that as the standing head coach, he could have gotten the OC to do things differently that would help? Yes. Look, you went from having 2 head coaches as your coordinators to 2 guys who are unproven at best.
Well, you know what he also went to, and I agree, but the details slipped, obviously. Yeah. When he got Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, those are 2 great run units. So your details slipped, more penalties. But overall, you lost your grit. Like, you lost the last 2 games to the Steelers. You gave up 230 on the ground to Max Brosmer and the Vikings, which is, I still can't believe it, right? But in those 2 games, Campbell's never lost those games over the course of 2 years of the dominance. And now you're losing these games, and you lost to Minnesota earlier where all the trouble started. Like, everybody, he doesn't lose 2 in a row. If he loses to Ben on Sunday, that's 4 in a row.
Well, the other thing I would do if I were them, I'm not playing any of my starters. I'm not playing. I'm not playing.
He disagrees with you.
He
already said he's going.
Well, good. He can do whatever he wants. So you know what? Maybe he'll have another star blow his Achilles out. All this pride crap, let it go. You know what I want now? The highest pick I can get. No, there's nothing to prove. Like, go ahead, put Amon-Ra out there on a nice cold day and have him blow out.
Yeah, I mean, questionable, by the way. Exactly.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't play Goff. I wouldn't play. Look, you have plenty of reason not to play these guys. A lot of these guys are already scheduled for surgical procedures in the offseason. Are you kidding me? Ask any former player. There's the offseason and surgery season. I'm not playing any of these guys. They should go, get drilled, and let's get on with it. And then hope the right teams win, and maybe we move up as high as pick 12 or 13 in the draft. What? I'm being deathly serious.
No, but obviously the Bears have motivation because if they win, they get the Packers. And no Michael Parsons. If they lose somehow, if the Lions go in there and somehow win, then it's the Rams that come to town.
Right. I'm just making
I hear you.
And again, like the Goff stuff, not pounding the desk. I'm trying to explain to people, like, a real conversation is you saw how the Packers handled things. Why would you not handle it the same way? Very simple. If you have the opportunity to take a quarterback, don't restructure Goff and give yourself, as the Tigers like to say, optionality.
Yes.
Why not do it? Yeah. Like, these are they're going to have a very difficult offseason. And I think there's going to be certain people in the media in this town that are going to have a very difficult offseason because this is not going to be slap and tickle.
Now, every day there's going to be another question about what can they do, what should they do. But the other thing is, how much money do they actually have to do anything? Well, because Brad, of course, signed all his own guys. And then there's a problem there, too. You have your core, but your core was very less effective than it was the year before. I heard you make a great point. Great point, Michael. Best point of the day. You said, to the people that don't realize, Taylor Decker had a much better season the other day. So I agree with you. I agree. Panay was not Panay. Now, was that injury ankle related?
A lot.
Or was that just, I don't know.
The point is, Taylor Decker, I believe Taylor Decker's going to retire. I believe Glasgow going to retire. You got to rebuild both lines of scrimmage. You don't have a ton of cap space. You don't have a ton of picks. And you got to rebuild both lines of scrimmage and probably hire 2 new coordinators. That's why I've sold you on next year being a little bit of a pivot.
And your boy Bob Muhammad is a free agent. That's going to get paid by somebody. Is it going to be you?
Honestly, the way Brad does business, he'll probably make more money than Michael Parsons. Minty fresh Bob Muhammad, 46 a year. The way this team operates. So what's your angle? What's the hook?
I got the 3 leaders. Would you agree with this? I have Brad. I have Dan. I have Jared. I'm going to go over the things they failed at. I mean, flat out. The things they failed at. And then I'm curious, are you convinced as a Lions fan that these 3 men can win you a Super Bowl? Or no? Because at this point, it seems very hard to believe that they're going to be able to get this thing back on track anytime soon. And whether it's, as you guys talk about, just throwaway year to try to figure things out.
Not a throwaway year, just a year that you have to reset some things. They could still be a playoff team.
They could, but you have to see what's going to be the toughest thing. The offensive line. Where's your center coming from? Okay.
Yeah,
where's your left tackle coming
I had a
from?
guy call in earlier and go, it's simple. We'll just sign Tyler Linderbaum. And I'm going, okay, so you're going to pay a center $20 million a year.
Where's that money coming from?
Well, if Decker retires, that's probably 17. But I get
know
what you're saying. You can't just have the highest paid player at every position all the time.
Well, the other thing, too, is when Brad talks next week, I can't wait to ask him.
Oh, we're going to be playing dress up? We're going to be having some receipts, perhaps? Maybe a villain sweatshirt?
There's going to be no receipts, I wouldn't think.
Maybe he'll be in one of his jerseys. That all needs to stop,
I think he was
too.
a Blazer. But anyway, what really happened with Frank? Were they duped by Frank? Like, honestly.
I love how the guy comes out of retirement. They don't do the physical, but they put something out on socials. Then he shows up for the physical, and it's like, sir, your hamstring is hanging off the bone. Huh?
That's only a grade 3. What's the problem? No, but see, this is the thing, Mike. People listening right now compared to other day parts are like, gosh, those guys are very negative. But when you have Super Bowl aspirations, when you totally tank the back half of the season, when you have a 3-game winning streak and you lose 2 games to god-awful, pathetic teams that if you beat, you'd be playing for a division on Sunday. then I don't think you can be negative enough. I really don't.
No, because
this was
it's
a
not
colossal failure.
It's not about positive or negative. It's are you talking realistic or are you doing slap and tickle? That's it. This is a disgusting season. They fell woefully short. There are fundamental issues with this franchise. They got a lot of decisions to make. If you don't like that, I don't know. Talk about the weather.
Weather's a bitch out there. You be careful. You be careful.
Yeah,
You have 4-wheel drive. I'm worried about your commute.
Are you 4 hours?
So we have 1 hour. Then Lions review. We got Dapper Dan and the Birchie. I believe Wojo's sunbathing somewhere. And then I'm back for 2 more hours. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna do some radio.
Rieger's next. I'm back tomorrow at 2. We'll try to mix in a little bit of the Kyle Whittingham stuff because I have a lot of thoughts on that. We're also going to do an analysis of Wojo's timeline as it pertains to Whittingham. How everybody was the best choice until they got to Whittingham. Now he's the best choice. Nice work when you can just always keep moving that best choice.
Michigan said they didn't miss out on anybody.
Sure.
Whittingham was the choice from the get-go.
That's what I'd say, too, if my school got pimped by 3 or 4 people. Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. Rieger's next.
That's so negative. So negative.
A December day is the perfect time to hit up your group chat, grab an ice cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice cold refreshment to answer.
Something simple and true.
To the Dew.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of the Recap Show. Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between. We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves. Follow and listen to the Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
All the music,
All the sports,
all the news,
and all the podcasts.
Odyssey.
Still a dangerous situation out on the roadway. Slowing down is really going to help. I'm watching the accident spin out along southbound I-275 at Eureka. Left shoulder is blocked. Westbound I-94 at Shook. Got an accident there as well. I'm Val Berry with traffic.
Wishing you a wonderful holiday season filled with joy and laughter. May your new year bring happiness and success. Cherish every moment with family and friends. From your friends at Odyssey and Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it's a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air. And we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
A station where your opinion matters. WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sports headlines from the Planet Fitness Studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
The first NBA All-Star voting returns has been released. Kate Cunningham comes in fourth behind Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, and Giannis. Luka Doncic and Jokic are 1 and 2 in the West. The Pistons back on the floor tomorrow against the Lakers. Michigan State basketball checks into play tonight, 11-1 before their 7 p.m. home tilt against Cornell. Michigan will also host McNeese at 7. Tournament team from last season. They ranked 46th in the net rankings. Michigan quarterback Davis Warren, who has missed the entire season with an injury, confirmed to the media today he plans to enter the transfer portal. New coach Kyle Whittingham said he would start meeting with players individually tonight. Marcus Freeman is staying at Notre Dame after a restructured deal has him with some of the high now. He informed multiple NFL teams of his intent today to stay, per Sports Illustrated. The Lions say that Amon-Ra St. Brown is day-to-day at this point. Dan Campbell was also asked the future of Tate Ratledge in his position.
It's a good question. I know that we felt like he could be a center, and that's not off the table. We've watched him at guard. He played right guard in college. He's a good athlete. He's a big man. He can move. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Depending on what Graham's status is, would you give him a look at center this week? Could that be in the mix for all there?
I don't see that.
Topgolf in Auburn Hills currently closed after their netting was ripped down by the winter storm. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
From the Jamie Samuelson Studio, Wojo and Rieger on 97.1.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Wojo's not here. Sorry, I'm trying to sound like I did a really bad job of that. I think Wojo is sunbathing somewhere, probably in Florida, having a good time. I got to believe it's 6:01. He's probably hammered by now. Wojo will be back next week. It's me, Jeff, up until Lions review, and then we come back at 8 o'clock. Everybody good with that? Wonderful. Let's get into it, shall we? Because this is unbelievable, to tell you the truth. I'm looking at the text. I turn on the machine. The first text fires at me. It says, great. Bunch of exclamations. Rieger's back. And I'm like, wow, what a positive welcome. And then they go on to say, the brains of the operation, Ben Johnson, can we freaking stop? And he's like, apparently the Bears added a great offensive line. Tooney and Trapilo and Jonah Jackson. So that's why the Bears are so good, despite the fact that they have offensive line injuries, and I think they've had like 17 different offensive line combinations, but whatever. Yeah, don't give any credit to Ben Johnson because it hurts your feelings, right? Because it's truth, and I understand you probably let the better coach get away. Anyway, let's just get into it, shall we? Because I am of the belief that this season was a disaster, as I think you are of the belief as well. Bad season, to put it simplistically. And the way I see it is there's 3 men that you can blame. I don't know the segment of blame you want to give each guy. And then I have an overriding question at the end of my spiel. So if you do me a favor, take a seat, listen in, and call in at 248-539-9797, because Brad Holmes, the executive, was woeful this offseason and this season. Dan Campbell, the head coach, was the same. You could probably say the same. And then Jared Goff, for all of the defenders saying, wow, Jared, one of the best seasons of his life. And look how many times he got sacked. The last 3 games, Jared Goff was simply not good enough. And if you go by each man, I'm curious which one you blame the most. Of the things they did this season, which one rubs you the wrong way the most? And then I have a question at the end that I think you need to hear what I have to say first to answer. So let's just start with Brad, for instance. Brad Holmes did a bad job. Did he get duped by the Frank Ragnow situation, or did he just mishandle it? If I knew Frank Ragnow might retire with that turf toe, why didn't he know Frank Ragnow might retire with that turf toe? He also refused because the fans begged him to do anything about that defensive line. Davenport came back, Onzarike, Pascal. I know Mike's guy, Bob Muhammad, had a nice season. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, but the Lions were really good as a sack team because they were top 6 in total sacks as a defense. But then I see this stat from Next Gen Stats. Detroit Lions do not have one single defender in the top 20 of fast sacks. Number 20 came in at 2.66 seconds. So they got a lot of their sacks against some bad offensive lines. And let's just be honest, some bad offenses. Do you know how many sacks they had against Green Bay, a playoff team, the 7th seed this year in 2 games? They had 0 sacks. They had a couple against the Rams. So a part of the team that a lot of people wanted bolstered by the executive, he didn't do. And he just didn't do it. It's almost like he mocked you while not doing it. And that's even before you get to the question, is he still good at drafting? And I know that sounds like this sacrilegious thing to say, but over the last 2 years, Jeff Gussman, feel free, you can answer this question. What's his best draft prospect over the last 2 years? Like, is it Mahogany? Is it Tate Ratledge? Is it Syrian Arnold? He knocked it out of the park the first 3 years. The last 2 years, unfortunately, things have evened out and he hasn't drafted all that well.
So you're saying post 2023?
The last 2 years, yes.
I would have to say it's either, man, there's not a lot of good players.
Here, let me just help you. Not good enough.
Yeah,
that's not a player's name, but I think that's the answer.
I guess I would say Arnold or Mahogany just because of the value.
Yes, the 6th round pick or the 1st round pick. I flipped them, but you get what I'm saying. And of course, he fell in love with his own players. He signed his own players. Now you're up against the cap. You got to figure out what to do moving forward. And by the way, the Lions are a last place team. I keep going back to that Dave Burkhead article in the Free Press. I thought he made such a great point. In 2011, when the Lions finally figured it out after going 0-16, Matthew Stafford was the quarterback. They went to the playoffs. And then at the time, they did nothing the following offseason, and other teams passed them. It's like their window was closed because they did nothing, and other teams did. This year, the exact same thing. You went 15-2. Brad did next to nothing in the offseason. And the Packers passed you. They got Micah. And the Bears passed you. They got an O-line and Ben Johnson. I know, I'm not allowed to mention Ben's name. And I got to tell you, maybe the Vikings are better than you. And before you get all up in arms, they did beat you twice this year. So I think Brad is a guy that you can obviously be miffed at. But he's not the only one. What about Dan? Dan Campbell, I think, had a bad season. And I think you can simply say that. The number one thing Dan Campbell needed to do was hire a new, good OC and DC. When you watch 2 head coaches walk out the door, your number one responsibility has to be to replace them and not have this ego about you that anybody will do. Was there a search? You got John Morton for the OC. I understand he was with Jared Goff before, but he also was in New York and he rubbed the Jets player.
Same to you, man. I was 50. Great. I was off. I arrested. Excuse me. Excuse me. Bonbon Quest. No. No. Okay. Bonbon. That's why everyone. Great dog.
Yeah.
Spicy. I've never tried it. Not bad.
This thing's recording. Oh, sorry.
Next tile. I thought it was on this side. Okay.
Because when you can, there's music, another musical, but one that I'll tell you. I'm trying to think who it's about. You know, like it's about a singer. No, yeah, you think I would, yeah. I think you will. But I stopped that over there. So.
Oh, people say this is super good too.
Which one? The mango. Oh yeah, I've had that before.
This one.
Oh, there's a no. Sorry. You and mom would like it. Okay. Mango rice dress up. Yeah. Yeah, maganda.
would see what the shoulder, the lower, no, no, and not. Out of silver, out of gold, out of red, and out. Look at gold too. Yeah, I mean, what, yeah.
Almost everything gone already. The pendant with the top pink guy. This one?
We have. Oh my gosh! Can you go and check how much we get on this spot? Only this bottle, the very. Just have one. That was good. Better than the thing. Really? Yeah, so you know how when you make rice after the spot. It's just like that. Really? But that big rice, you get one for the after what's the second one? I hate it, but I'm still yeah. Oh my god. Mine is everything. Hold on, what about this? Is this a third one? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. This whole thing. The rest never. I totally forgot. I was too busy thinking of my rice.
But we rarely have it. When we get it, it's gone.
Hey, don't touch me. Empty. Empty. Border naman has a recipe for that.
What up, Energy? What's good with you? Just out here trying to get it right now. Out here trying to get it. You working today?